Hello everyone, and welcome to this week's episode of Beacon in the Dark. For once, we're back to week, except we're going to skip next week, and we'll try to figure it out. Anyway, last time, some monumental changes happened, but before we get into that, as usual, let's have these lovely individuals introduce themselves and their characters. The dice have determined that we ought to start first and foremost with DoomGoblin. DoomGoblin, could you please go ahead and introduce yourself and your character?
Alright. Yeah. I'm DoomGoblin and I play Captain Bladebeard, a one-headed dwarf pirate who's a pirate. I don't know. He's swimming now. He's underwater.
Quite. Thank you very, very much, DoomGoblin. Then, according to the dice, we next would have Thompshire. Could you please go ahead and introduce yourself and your character?
As always, I'll be playing as Benjamin Aaran, who, unlike some people, is a two-handed guy, and he's under the water. He's not having a fantastic time, and he's had some disagreements with a bud, now under another name that we'll get to in a bit. Yeah, let's see what the consequences are of just saying fuck it.
Wait, serious question. Benjamin is a two-handed, weapon wielder?
No, like he has two hands, unlike some people in the party.
Oh, that's what you meant. All right.
Yeah.
I had like a momentary crisis because all the while I was assuming whenever Benjamin was dueling someone that he was like in fencing, just holding the sword with one hand, and I was thinking, oh god, did I get it wrong all along?
I mean, I guess his sword could be held with two hands.
Guess it doesn't necessarily change too much. Your choice, of course. Anyway, sorry, I had a momentary crisis of, I don't know, a Mandela effect or something. Anyway, thank you very, very much, Thompshire, for introducing yourself. And then, according to our dice, we would have someone whose character has undergone some changes. Go figure if you watched last episode. And I would kindly ask that individual to detail the changes their character has undergone, namely Khono. Could you please go ahead and introduce yourself and your character?
Yes, hello. I am Khono, and I am playing the now two-headed ogre of Mo'ud, a combination of the name of Moarg and Bud. And he's got new aspects with his new identity, or rather joint identity, of Chief Pirate Captain is his first aspect. I don't remember what it was previously, but it was pretty similar to that. And then it is now.
I think it was literally Pirate Chief Captain, I think.
I don't remember if Pirate was in there, but I definitely kept it in. And then Rage of a Warlord. And then I know this is replacing the Demon Within, but Shaman Novice, because Moarg is now going to embrace the shamanism that he somewhat inherited from his time with Khono. And lastly is new stunt, Double Trouble, because Mo'ud is a two-headed ogre. When in combat, they can unleash a torrent of their powers together, allowing them to attack twice, regardless of the combat order.
Indeed. Small caveats for the viewers. The image that you see on screen is one that Khono made a long while ago. That's why it's not super accurate to how Mo'ud, I have realized I forgot to change the name on screen. Anyway, Mo'ud currently looks. Because this was made long before he ate a demon, and long before the various wardrobe changes, and some other ideas have come in the meanwhile, but still it's serviceable for now, and it is still nevertheless very well done. And also another caveat, usually high concepts can only be changed on major milestones. I made an exception in this particular case because what is a greater milestone for a character than getting an extra head, I guess. So yeah, that's what the new Mo'ud is up to. Thank you very, very much, Khono. And then, of course, we would then have Zelryn. Could you please go ahead and introduce yourself and your character?
I am Zelryn, and I play Cindery Rosesorrow, the two-headed blood elf. This is a joke, by the way. I play Cindery Embersorrow, the blood elf, with two hands, by the way. Just because I got to grow a new one does not mean it doesn't count. Anyway, who last time had a religious, I guess, meetup with followers in the market, and I think we'll continue to, I don't know, I guess explore that side of being the beacon.
Yep. In hindsight, it's surprisingly fitting how the name of this season, Beacon in the Dark, fits with your guys' current circumstances of being in this underwater city. Anyway, thank you.
So you're saying the season is ending right now?
Never say never, I guess.
It's the final episode.
Never say never. Anyway, thank you very, very much, Zelryn. So, first things first, I guess before the recap, this episode will technically air on the 10th, which is, I believe, DoomGoblin, correct me if I'm wrong, 2 days after your actual birthday?
My birthday is on the 8th.
So I guess right.
It will be two days after.
Yeah, I guess right. Thank you for confirming that. But yes, happy birthday, DoomGoblin. Thank you for joining us as usual. And as our usual sort of tradition of celebration, you will get your traditional birthday inspirations. And because you kept one of your birthday inspirations from last year, I will do the same thing that happened when Thompshire had this happen. Namely, give you the choice of the golden birthday cake, to quote Hearthstone, or sticking with 3 individual little advantages. What would be your choice?
I'll take the birthday cake.
Alrighty, we'll do so. Again, happy birthday, DoomGoblin, and enjoy your fancy schmancy birthday cake. I dread the moment you and Thompshire will use it, but I'm sure it'll be exciting nevertheless.
We'll just use it against each other, and they will cancel each other out.
Or we'll both use it against Garrosh to throw the timeline off loop.
Maybe. Alright. Last time, it was Khono who kindly reminded us about what happened the previous time and read the recap. So, as usual, Khono, you have our sort of traditional choice of either anointing someone or letting the dice decide as to who will read the recap. What say you?
Yes, I will let the dice choose, exempting me.
Alright. Do you want me to roll, or do you want yourself to roll?
You can.
Okay. Stop me if you have any objections, Khono, but I guess I'll do a D4 and it will be alphabetical. So 1's DoomGoblin, 2 is me, 3 is Thompshire, and 4 is Zelryn. Alright? Okay. I will now proceed to roll. That would be Thompshire.
Wonderful.
Lovely.
Let's go. Our heroes' exploration of the sunken city of Illai is off to an odd start, as the death they were warned of seems to be barely held at bay. Upon descending from the Nasty Mule, the party stumbled across a surprisingly active underwater ruin. The city itself, centered around 3 large pyramids. Nestled in between them lay a slumbering Karum. Is that how we say it?
Yeah.
The eldest scion of Ozumat, and the largest kraken our heroes had ever seen. Almost immediately, the group was beset by a number of mindbreakers. They were quickly chased off, with one staying behind after briefly controlling Anastasia. Maj explained that the Mindbreakers were controlling the denizens of the city, forcibly keeping them alive with magic and obligating them to relive the same daily routine. Contrary to what our heroes previously uncovered, Marge insisted that the Mindbreakers should be killed, and lied about their motivation being simple cruelty. Soon afterwards, 3 Gill Goblins, chased by 4 Naga, sought the group's aid. The leader of the Naga, Slave Master Giraz Sham,
I call him Giraz Asham.
Sure, Giraz Sham, tried to negotiate with our heroes for their return. They apparently belong to a group called the Black Veil, currently residing in Ilalai's Imperial Gardens. Apparently exiles from a different group. Their numbers had dropped while exploring the city, to the point that their leader, a sorceress, is missing. After the Naga departed, the Gill Goblins thanked our heroes and returned to Ilalai, intent on plundering it. Our group descended into the city and wandered into its vast markets. There they found countless skeletal trolls, controlled by Mindbreakers, as well as Tortollan explorers and an ogre mage named Sakrum. He explained that he was a subordinate of a warlock named Rokri Darkseer, and teased Chief Captain Moarg about our hero's identity, suggesting that he should seek out the warlock. The ogre mage then briefly clashed with Marge, delivering a strange poem about the minions of Menloth, and explained that the rock in the ocean, where Sin Lyri the Embersorrow's destiny supposedly lies, is fairly close to the tomb of Sargeras. Sakrum then departed for the Western Pyramid, delivering a cryptic warning about facing off with the group in the future. The group then approached the Tortollans, who immediately recognized Lyri as the beacon. They revealed that they were pilgrims followers of Hardep's teachings, and willing to help our hero. They also witnessed Captain Bladebeard's crew being taken to the northern ziggurat of Minloth by Marge. However, to the best of their knowledge, in order to gain entrance, the other 2 spires needed to be visited first. Bladebeard then briefly stole one of the Tortollan scriptures, which revealed ancient prophecies of our party's adventures, as well as previously unknown details of Mera's story. It seemed that, at one point, after departing the group, Mera and Oscuri's Sunfury Blood Elves attacked Hazu, the All-Seeing, were defeated, Mera was sent away, and Oscuri was kept by the Elemental to be tortured. The group reunited and decided to head to the Serpent Arena. On the way, they saw signs of Bladebeard's first captain, Anchorbeard. Sakrum saw him drop his anchor and play with seashells, and our hero stumbled across a depiction of the nasty mule that he left behind. The old dwarf was seen heading to the arena, and to the ziggurat of Minloth. The party then came across a sunken goblin expedition, led by Breezy Darkwhistle of the Venture Company. The goblins, controlled by Mindbreakers, were trying to position an experimental oil rig armed with a powerful drilling laser, though a sleeping kraken was making their job difficult. Karagoza came up with the idea of getting the goblins to point the drill into one of the buildings, should our heroes wish to skip a particularly difficult encounter. The party secured Beezy's cooperation, tricking her into believing that they would find a lucrative oil deposit. Continuing on their way, the group found signs of another sunken vessel, this time of an old Storm Reaver submarine. Lyri, Bladebeard, Moarg, joined by the Dawnguard sisters, and Xiaoqi, approached and met several skeletal orcs, also controlled by Mindbreakers, believing that Sakrum had sent him, even though the ogre mage was the one who sabotaged the ship. The orcs brought Moarg to their leader, Darkseer, who was overseeing the construction of an Altar of Storm. The warlock convinced our hero that he would help him reclaim his true self, and intending on returning to Moarg, and his third in command, made him stand before the altar, transforming him into an ogre mage.
indeed.
Oh god, I need to drink.
No worries. It's a good thing that the scene will not necessarily focus on Benjamin at the moment. Thank you very, very much, Thompshire. I guess it was fortuitous that I guess you wound up reading the recap at the moment. One funny thing that I noticed while you were reading is that, yeah, now technically Bladebeard, Moarg, and Benjamin know of what happened to Lyri's stepmother, but Lyri does not know. Zelryn knew before, but yeah, Lyri still is in the dark about that. Fun little side tangent. Anyway, I guess let's move to sort of the main proverbial elephant in the room. Khono, are you with us?
I am here.
We of course described last time of how the ritual went in terms of its effects. And of course, as we were going through it, we briefly described how it felt from Moarg, at the time Moarg's point of view. In the end, as the magics begin to die down, you Moad, as you understand yourself to be, and I will say it is, you will not be, how should I say this? Basically, you are not shocked by the fact that you now have two heads, in the sense of, whenever an ogre mage is created in the lore, they pretty much never seem shocked at their new status. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But it was still an unpleasant experience, and perhaps, feel free to feel otherwise, perhaps you might feel that Darkseer has misled you. Either way, other than the just intense pain that is slowly going away, you also feel energy within you, magical energy as you come to know it. Now, talking with Darkseer will detail that in greater detail, but suffice to say you understand this new sensation as magic, and you feel a connection to the elements around you. I'm assuming that, Moarg and or Bud knew at the very least the basics of how shamanism works, the magic system I mean, and per the magics flowing within you, you understand that this is sort of the path that your new body is capable of. All this makes sense so far? For Bladebeard and Lyri, and plus the other onlookers, what you guys saw was, again, Darkseer casting magics, the magics raising into the proverbial air, converging on Moarg, as you know him, and you basically see not smoke, but basically a thick cloud of, I guess, bubbles, because you're underwater, of various colors, just obscuring your view. You are unable to see anything other than, Khono, feel free to correct me if you disagree. At first, Moarg's roars of pain, and then rage, and then confidence, for lack of a better term, and you might be mistaken, but do you hear two voices coming from the cloud of bubbles, for lack of a better term? The new Moad will soon emerge, but I am curious what's going on through Lyri and Bladebeard's minds at the moment as they see this process unfolding. And Zelryn, feel free to decide if you're still deaf or not.
I forgot I was deaf. I think Lyri would probably undo the deafness, considering I guess as like the smoke rolls in over Moarg, because something suspicious is happening.
Yeah.
And, I guess while he's screaming and roaring in agony, she will have her hand over her blades and kind of be like eyeing around nervously to see what to do.
A question.
She's like, she's ready at any moment to kind of like lash out or attack these skeletons because this seems really, really suspect.
A question for you, Zelryn. For Lyri's character, I mean. How familiar is Lyri with basically the history of the Second War, which was not too long ago in like Elven years? It was only like 20 years ago.
I guess she would know all of it. I don't think she was too much into that kind of, I guess, history. I think she would be vaguely aware if you're asking if she knows what's happening to Moarg.
That, and then basically I'll tell you, I'll sort of lay my cards on the table to say what I'm trying to find out, if Lyri would be aware of or not. Namely, the process of making old horde altars of storms and making ogre mages involves stolen elven runestones.
Oh, she wouldn't know that, no. She'd forget that.
Okay, fair enough. Nevertheless, go ahead.
But I do think she would start to suspect what's happening to Moarg at like the very last minute as the, I guess basically after the transformation is done, but kind of while the smoke is still kind of settling down, I guess.
Yeah. Can I nevertheless get a careful from you? This is to see if you detect hints of elven magic in... Yeah, you do not. You do not. Okay. Funnily enough, it's unfortunate that you were deaf, but Darkseer did mention, oh yeah, we stole these runestones from Kofalas and we're taking them down south. Too bad you were deaf at the time. Anyway. What is Bladebeard feeling at what's happening?
I don't think he's paying attention.
Even though Morgs is screaming and all that?
Oh, he's screaming, then I guess maybe he would look at what's going on. And he what do you say? Does he see that a second head grows out of him?
The magics obscure your view at the moment. What you saw was Rokri cast a spell, the magics converging on Moarg, and basically not a cloud of smoke because you're underwater, but basically a thick cloud of air bubbles of multiple colors obscuring your view, plus Moarg's scream of agony that you think turned into 2 screams?
He'll just shrug and keep cleaning his nails or something.
Fair enough. Since Zelryn mentioned it to the other NPCs, the skeletal orcs seem to be going about their business. They're giving the Altar of Storms a wide berth. Darkseer is obviously channeling the spell. As for your companions, Victrix and Anastasia look worried, but they're following your lead, so they won't do anything. So does Zhao-Chi. Nevertheless, she continues sketching. So that's, I guess, it on the NPC front. Either way, the magics die down, and from the dispersing air bubbles of, again, multiple colors, emerges, I don't know if I would call it a new entity. I guess, Khono, how would you describe Moad at this point? Just briefly, I guess.
Like, in terms of physical terms?
Yeah, let's say that.
I'd say mostly the same in terms of body type. He obviously has 2 heads now. That is the most obvious of statements. One head would look particularly similar to how it used to, with the big towering spiky black horn. But the other head would take a more, I'd say, familiar shape to people where they had first met Bud, where it is lacking said horn. In terms of, like, the silhouette, I'd say. So, there's some familiarity, I guess, in that regard, where it would take a form that is familiar, but also otherwise different.
Hmm? Very good. Thank you very much, Khono. And
Wait, do they both have 2 eyes?
Yes, they both have 2 eyes.
Are there all 4 eyes are like magically green, glowing?
Yes, I'd say that the fell greenness has not dissipated in any way. That is very much still there. I'd say like whenever Moad turns around, the familiar Budhead would have the scar that was given to him all those times ago from, I believe, Lyri.
Yes.
noted. And as you emerge, Darkseer says, yes, another successful specimen. What is your name?
Name. What is our name? I think we could, stick with our old name. That might be long, though. What do you think, brother? I still like my old name quite a bit. Mo, maybe, for short? Don't think Bud would be good with that. Be Mo Bud. Be like more of me. Well, we are more of me. Shorten it? Yes. Shorten it. Ud. That's not exactly a good name, I think. I like it. Okay. Ud it is then, brother.
If you could see Darkseer's eyes, he would blink in confusion. Say, so what's the name in the end?
We are Moad.
Moad. Good. He claps his hands together. Excellent. You be a good third in command. If that vermin sacrum cannot be found, you be my good second in command. Good. Gul'dan will be most pleased.
You are confused, the little orc with squid head. Moad serves no one. Not anymore. We will help friends, yes. Yes, I like helping friends. But he has been taken and abused and used for too long. We are free. We are ourselves again. I remember everything.
Darkseer takes a few steps back. This was not the reaction he was expecting. Do you... He glances at your companions, Bladebeard and Lyri, to see if, and plus the NPCs, but the NPCs won't do anything, if the two of you will step in, because otherwise he would like to get closer a bit.
Lyri is just standing there with like a really disgusted look on her face. But not at the orc, at the Ogre.
Understandable.
Bladebeard will, I guess, notice the new look. He'll be like, "Whoa, am I seeing double? Since when do you have 4 heads?"
4? We have 4 heads? No, only 2 heads. Only 2 minds.
Oh, then
I am Moad, but Bladebeard. I am Bud,
Moad?
but so much more. Yes. I remember you. Remember everything. He remembers most on you, but I have his memories too.
Well, I remember you as well. So, is this like a puberty thing?
How would you explain it, Bud? Well, it is ritual, and I have brother now. I have brother that remembers, and he takes care, yes? Yes, I take care of you now.
Do you trust
Oh,
these?
so that's how how ogres reproduce.
Dark
In a way.
Darkseer asks Moad, do you trust these companions that you brought?
They can be liars and deceitful sometimes.
Then we should make slaves of them, yes?
No. No slaves to friends, right, bud? Yes, they're friends. They make mistakes, but they're still our friends, and they help us. Then we will not make slaves of them. And if you even try to, I will break your neck.
He raises his hands in a gesture of peace and says, let me demonstrate something first. Will you allow me to take your hand?
In marriage?
Ignores Bladebeard above board.
Do you trust this orc thing, brother? That was painful. Then we do not trust him, right? We do not make mistakes again?
What I am offering you is not a mistake, but a path towards the future for your greater power. Let me determine something first. You should have this knowledge. Try conjuring a flame. He doesn't above board. He seems to not necessarily realize that he's underwater, I guess. And Khono, of course, feel free to have Moa do whatever, but when he says try conjuring a flame, your immediate instinct is to try to reach out to the... Well, not, you don't have to do this, but this is how you would do it if you want to do it, is to try to reach out to the element of fire and call it into being in your proverbial hand.
Alright, I guess Moad would attempt to do that word.
Do you try to do so... Well, describe to me how you reach out to the element of fire, because I'm curious if it's a peaceful process, if it's a more forceful one, no pun intended. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say there'd be some debate in their minds on how to do it, but Ud, the Budhead, otherwise, would tell his older brother, I suppose, in this case, younger brother? Either way, he views him as an older brother. They debate for a little bit in their heads on how to go about it, and Ud convinces him to be more gentle towards the spirit of fire as they reach out.
Makes sense to me. Can I get a flashy from you, I guess, to see if you manage to appeal to the spirit of fire? This will not be a difficult roll, I'll say, because this is a very basic thing to do. Yep, more than successful. You call forth to the spirit of fire, and the main difficulty, of course, is that you are underwater. You feel confident that you would be able to project a small flame for a very short period of time, enough to demonstrate to Darkseer that you can do it, and to anyone else at that point. But the simple fact that you are underwater is preventing you. More importantly, though, when you reach out to the spirits, you feel the turmoil they are in, as above board the 4 elemental lieutenants are waging war around you. It is difficult to reach out, get the spirit of fire to calm down enough to listen to you, fire being notoriously is not the right word, but let's use it, notoriously volatile and difficult to communicate to element. Nevertheless, you manage it, and you realize also nobody taught you that, oh yeah, the spirit of fire is more volatile than the other elements. You just sort of knew it on your own. Either way, do you produce said fireball?
Yeah, I'd say for however long it lasts, but yeah.
There's also the difficulty that, of course, the element of fire is not dominant at the moment in this elemental conflict. And you would have a much easier time calling upon water because it's all around you, or earth, I guess. Either way, you produce this small ball of fire, and if anyone could see Darkseer's face behind the Mindbreaker, you'd see the biggest dismay you would ever see on a warlock, as he says, "Damn it! It appears your nature calls you to the path of a shaman. That is not something I can offer much instruction in, rather.
You must be disappointed then.
Well, if your powers had channeled into the magics of a warlock or a mage, or perhaps the call of the shadow, that I could certainly have provided you instruction with. But shamanism is an unreliable form of magic, Moad. Whenever the elements may feel displeased, and believe me, they are notoriously capricious, they will abandon you in the heat of battle. It is, though your body feels an inclination towards shamanism, it is not too late to forsake that path. I can teach you much more powerful and much more reliable magics, if you will.
We are a slave to the demon no longer, puppet.
Demon? Ah, yes, that thing inside you. I would not conflate the magics I would teach you with slavery towards it.
And yet you suggest it to our friends.
I merely suggest the possibility of greater power, of reaching untold heights of what you had imagined. Have you, in your previous one-headed life, have you never encountered mighty spellcasters? Do you not wish to emulate their talent for altering the world around them, bending it to your will?
I killed many of them in the past.
Then
I
why
do not share enthusiast thoughts about them in the way you might, little warlock.
Flexes his fingers, visibly agitated, and seemingly perhaps irritated. The offer stands, and as well as the offer to be my loyal third in command. Look, he points at the Altar of Storms behind him. We are on a mission by the Great Gul'dan to take these back to Draenor. We smuggled them from, what was the name? Khovalas, I believe, yes. Reshaped them, tooled them to our hands. Gul'dan has ever more power to offer the likes of us. He indicates himself and you, to sort of suggest that, well, you're in this together if you want to be. And the heights that you've seen with turning you into your current shape, that will be simple child's play once we take these to Draenor, and
Can Lyri leave?
as whenever she likes, above board.
Okay, Lyri will just leave and go back and tell Benjamin. I guess that's our goal.
Oh, sure. I'm curious. Go ahead.
Yeah, she was close to kind of crashing out, but I think she realized that no one else will support her if she fights these guys, so she's just gonna go tell Benjamin what happened.
I'm curious if the mention of Khovalas stirred anything in her.
Well, considering that this guy's talking about Gul'dan and how they reshaped them, they're probably useless junk now anyway.
Fair enough. Anyway, he will continue. Now, the Great Gul'dan, again, has entrusted me to take these back to Draenor, create a force of ogre magi, such as yourself, loyal to him, and just in case something were to happen, and perhaps we will then be able to, if my master's primary goal fails, we will then be able to escape the control that Doomhammer has placed us under.
What do you say, brother? I think we are done here, brother. I agree. We have little interest in your dead cause.
Dead?
Yes.
He's visibly irritated right now, flexing again his fingers repeatedly, barely straining to control himself. Would you like perhaps a demonstration of the power that I offer, of what you're turning away from?
I have seen demonstrations, little warlock. This was enough.
What's Bladebeard doing above board?
Just like standing around or sitting on something.
Sure. I'm asking because I'm wondering if Rokri perceives himself as being under threat or not. And given the fact that Lyri left, Bladebeard does not seem to be hostile, let's say, and the other NPCs are a bit far away, he will say, No, I disagree, humble apprentice. I believe a good demonstration and humbling is in order. And unless you have a way to talk yourself out of it, I believe combat will now begin, Khono.
I had a feeling it would.
Yeah. Let me... Okay, Rokri has a quick of 6, so technically he goes after... Clicked on the wrong thing. Technically he goes after Benjamin. But since Benjamin is not here, at the moment at least, we'll check in on Benjamin after this first round of combat is over, alright?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming Thompshire also agrees. Anyway, Darkseer on his first turn will say, I believe you ought to experience the power that you are denying on your own flesh, as he casts a bolt of fellfire, basically, in your direction. How would you avoid that, for lack of a better term, Moad?
I'd say as Morg or Moa had typically done in the past whenever spells were flung his way, especially Fel, he would attempt to use his cannon to bash against it like a shield.
Yep, sounds like a forceful defense. That would be... Does any of the NPC help? No, it doesn't. So that's 5 points of damage coming your way.
9?
You got a 9, yes.
Let's see. Let's see. Okay, I only have 3 fate points. I use one of them. I don't think a reroll would really help that much in this instance. Maybe?
It could. You got a very you got a very slightly below average roll, very slightly below.
Okay. Well, I will risk it all, as it were. I mean, I could always do another reroll. I am invoking heavy weapons expert since it's a cannon. He knows how to use it in this fashion.
Makes sense to me.
Okay, I will reroll that.
Let's see it. Better.
Okay.
That's just 3 points of damage coming your way.
Yeah, I'll take a level 3 stress though.
Okay. I'll remove the flag for a little bit. Okay. As he said, Rokri unleashes this stream of fellfire in your direction, and it's just scalding the skin off of your body. Even though you're underwater, the fire itself does not relent. And as it affects you and you're just in sheer pain, he screams, "Do you see now the power that you're denying?" Lyri's not here at the moment, so Bladebeard and Morg, it is your turns. And as mentioned at the top of the rounds, well, only Anastasia's here, but yeah, at the top of the round, Anastasia will step in to tank for you, because that's what she wants to do.
Who's more?
Okay.
Moad, my bad. I'll fix that. Bladebeard and Moad, you guys decide.
You go first.
After, I guess, rising back up from getting blasted by Fel and, hurting him, Moarg would turn the very cannon he had
Who's more?
tried to use. Or, well, it's Moarg's head and Bud's head. If I refer to him as... it's gonna...
They don't call themselves Mo and Arg?
No, because it's Bud's head. He wanted to keep
Alright.
he wanted to keep Bud alive. Bud is very much the secondary head. It is not Arg. I thought about doing Arg as the head, but it just didn't click or felt right. Plus, now he no longer is named after a demon that I accidentally. Anyway, Mo'ud would lift up the very cannon they tried to use to block it, and he would point it towards the warlock, and he would use that lovely stunt, the cannon, on this warlock.
That's definitely something he would not be expecting. All right. It sounds like a forceful attack. I would give you, if you want, well, obviously, let's say a plus 10 bonus. All right.
Very well.
So you got a 15 to his 5. Okay. How does he take 10 points of damage? That would be 6 free 1, I guess. Yeah, I guess it would be... Yeah, I guess it would be that. Yeah. He'll take his level 6 consequence, which is again a very debilitating one, and his level 3 and 1 stress. Do you have a name for the level 6 consequence that you inflict upon him? Again, this is a crippling injury. Like, for instance, he's missing his arm or something.
I was gonna name it like own
He's
medicine.
missing his head.
I wish. That might be fatal though.
I mean, he has 2.
Rokri
does
does not.
have 2.
Oh, you mean the...
Oh, sorry. I was thinking
the mind.
about...
Oh, I thought he was referring. I thought you were referring to the mind flayer on his head. Or it's not mind flayer, but yeah, I was thinking of like calling it like a taste of his own medicine. It's like Fel against Fel. But it could still result as a missing arm, if that makes sense.
Do you want it to?
Yes, please.
All right. Then, yeah, after you rise up, after having received that bolt of fellfire, unleash your cannon upon Rokri, and he screams in panic, as this is, again, definitely not something he expected, and you all see just a large explosion of green fellfire as he barely tries to dodge and fails, and he lets out groans of agony, and as the fell flames eventually subdue and die out, because again you guys are underwater, he barely tries getting up, missing an arm, obviously. The Mindbreaker looks very, very alarmed, as it is, to anyone's eyes, it's very clearly pumping Rokri with magic in an attempt to keep him alive. You can very clearly see that because there's purple coming from the Mindbreaker into Rokri's body. but nevertheless, he's just utterly devastated by your cannon attack as he slowly begins rising up. Bladebeard's turn, and of course there's anything on Moad's turn left.
I guess he'd mostly just talk after the incident.
We are a slave to no one, Warlock. We will continue to show you that.
Not slave, apprenticeship, He, I don't think Discord picked that up, but he basically groaned in agony and could not finish his sentence. Bladebeard.
He'll stay out of this for now.
Around you, I would say that the Storm Reaver orcs ready their weapons to jump into the fight. And Anastasia seems ready to jump in as well.
Alright, I guess he'll kind of get ready to fight as well. Can I discover an aspect about, let's say, the Warlock, the main dude?
Yeah, it'll be difficulty 2 for the high concept or one of the tertiaries. They'll be easy to understand. Difficulty, I think, 4 for the trouble, and I guess also 4 for the other tertiary. It would not be difficult for Bladebeard to find these out because he has lived and fought in the Second War. Make sense? So enough for the high concept or one of the tertiaries.
Let's see the tertiary.
Rokri Darkseer is a creator of Ogre Magi. Go figure.
Alright, so he's what I just saw him do.
Yep. But you know that he's really good at it, I guess. And also you would know, well, maybe you would know, that the people who can create Ogre Magi are very few and far between, so it is a very special thing that he can do that.
Alright.
The Bladebeard has discovered that. Of course, if you want to DoomGoblin, you can allow other people to use that aspect against Rokri. Anyway, anything else on your turn?
Don't think so. No.
The skeletal orcs move in on you, Moad, and they begin attempting to restrain you, but Rokri says, "I will deal with my wayward apprentice myself. Get his companions." And so they turn around, and again, as established, because your NPCs don't necessarily act, so to say, in combat order, they will turn on Bladebeard as they attempt to grab Bladebeard and tie him up. Well, attempt to, of course. They basically, at the moment, they're approaching you menacingly with that intent. How do you defend yourself, Bladebeard? This will be an attack.
He'll check. What are they trying to do?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. They approach you with their weapons drawn. Some of them come up behind you and try to grab you.
He'll try to kick them away, like push them with his feet.
Sounds like a forceful defense, if you will. You
7.
You push the crap out of them. Feel free to describe how much you succeed if you want to. That's a very good roll, and you do create an advantage for yourself.
He is just like, stay away, and then he kicks one of the skeletons, and he like floats across the room.
Yeah, is displaced, I guess.
Yeah.
Feel free to name the advantage that you get.
It will be. I don't know. Stay away,
Sure. Yeah. You
but without I don't know. Just stay away.
no exclamation point or anything.
Sure. Exclamation point. Good,
Sure.
Good work.
Doesn't necessarily matter. Okay. Yeah. The orcs draw back, and clearly having not expected you to pose such resistance. It would be Gurin's turn at the moment.
Gurin will assist Bladebeard.
Okay. I'm guessing he sort of moves in to defend you and allows you some breathing room, given that you are outnumbered.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go with that. Wonders Wisdom was not here. So, as mentioned, top of the round, I think we ought to briefly check in on, well, not necessarily briefly, check in on Benjamin, if that's all right with everyone. That all right with everyone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you with us, Thompshire?
Yep.
What have you and Kyrie, Hekala, and I know what Runeweaver's been doing, but Kyrie and Hekala been doing while everyone else is absent. Runeweaver obviously is going archaeology mode and just imaging all the surroundings and babbling to himself about troll history.
Oh, well, I take it the screams weren't audible outside, were they?
I mean, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I imagine you kept a bit of a healthy distance away from the storm reavers.
Yeah.
So I guess they give me a careful, actually.
The one time I don't want to have a good careful.
Your stunt will apply, but it is not good,
Five.
not quite good enough. The difficulty I had in mind was 6, funnily enough.
Then we cannot just be outside, just arms crossed, just pacing back and forth.
A skeletal troll would approach you and say, "Spare some gold, stranger." He has a mindbreaker controlling him.
Sorry, don't have my wallet with me.
Filthy outsiders. He mimics the gesture of spitting at you, but of course nothing happens and moves away.
Benjamin blinks a couple times.
And we haven't had this happen in a while, and I think it's time. Let's see what happens. What does that mean? Oh, this is an odd one given that you're underwater. Benjamin, you suddenly begin feeling extremely itchy.
That's it?
Extremely itchy. But
Then I guess...
but
Sorry.
but after a couple of seconds, the itchiness goes away, and out of your clothes come drowned fleas. As Paraxia and Scriptorium have afflicted you with fleas that nevertheless drown underwater.
What the hell? I kinda just poke one of the, like, floating dead fleas.
I'll say, you very much get the inkling that there are many more inside your clothes, nevertheless dead. Maybe it would have been better if they were alive, I guess.
I kind of like just shake myself and like grab my collar and like shake it a bit, see if
Yeah, more come out, yeah.
yeah, I do that.
Kyrie says, I sensed a bit of magic just now.
It's probably those two.
Those two?
That above board, was she aware of that? I don't remember.
Nope.
Just like I think they're like two students or whatever stole like this big book artifact, and for some reason they have a grudge against me because I let the big bosses know they have it, so they keep like cursing me every so often.
Kurt, where did this happen?
In Dalaran.
Of course. Well, do you know what this big book was? Perhaps we can work on some kind of warding ritual. It's odd that they can afflict you from such a distance, though. What kind of book was it?
Name report?
The book, the Tome of Kinfi the Mad.
It was the Tome of Kenthi the Mad, I think.
She pauses. They have that, and they're using that
Yeah.
against you.
Mm-hmm.
Runeweaver, she marches in his direction. You hear her. How many times have I told you about safeguarding the artifacts that are entrusted to you? Then they will begin arguing about that.
Benjamin will listen in because he has no better thing to do.
Will do what? Sorry.
We'll listen in.
How many times have I told you to safeguard the artifacts that are granted to you? What's this about, Kyrie? I assure you that the Teeironor is doing its utmost to safeguard. I mean the Tome of Kinfi the Mad. How daft do you have to be to displace that? Whoa, those were Archmage Carlane's students, if I'm not mistaken, and they've been, well, they're missing, but they have been disciplined. I don't know if they've been found. Well, they have not been found. They've just afflicted good Benjamin with some kind of hex. Who knows what else they could be invoking from that spellbook. What did you do to anger them anyway, she asks you, Benjamin.
Well, I kind of, I guess, let the Teeironor know what they had, and yeah.
Above board, if you remember, you caught them eavesdropping, and they assumed you're trying to kill them, and they are also. You invoked a name that they're very, very frightened of.
Oh, I mentioned Khadgar, right?
No, that's not who I meant.
No? Who did I mention?
Don't remember the exact context, but you said it in a way that scared the shit out of them. Anyway, we'll deal with that later.
So then rewinding a bit. Well, it's kind of a long story. I sort of found them like eavesdropping on a class, and then they thought I was about to kill them. So then I like whacked them on the head, and then they were found out, and well, things kind of devolved from there.
Runeweaver says, I think Archmage Carlane mentioned something like that. I'm shocked they still have not been found. Well, get to, or tell your people to get to it. Do you know how dangerous the Tome of Kinfi the Mad is if it's left in uncertain hands? Well, from what we understand, says Runeweaver, it's kind of bound to them at the moment. Oh no! Don't tell me that they read the spell on page 3. It seems that way. Oh, bring them before me when we return to Aaran. I think I might know a way to separate the tome from them. It might be fatal, but it's better than just letting them have it. That will be something to discuss with the Council of Six. Well, get to it then. We don't have all day. Who knows what else they'll do to Benjamin here. Looks at you, Benjamin. Runeweaver does.
You'll still like see me like shaking away some fleas.
Yeah, there's a lot of them, and yeah, sighs. Oh, I'll contact Archmage Carlane for sending spell if you'll allow me. Good, get to it. I swear, she grumbles. Can the Teeironor really not be trusted with anything in this day and age? She says to you in private, Benjamin, because she doesn't want to disturb the sending spells.
Yeah, this doesn't really make me confident with the negotiations with the Kala, but oh well.
Above board, she has been all a bit keeping her distance. She's still nearby, but she's just examining the nearby area and being creeped out by any skeletal trolls that approach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd kind of say this in a way that she, wouldn't hear it.
Yeah. She sighs and says, well, you did convince her that I'm asking, she won't be causing any problems regarding the items that she entrusted to the Teeironor, she says a bit bitterly.
Well, yeah, but she might just be dissatisfied if she hears about these incidents.
I'll keep mum for now. I guess for the good of not jeopardizing the fate of Azeroth. She sighs. But once we're out of here, don't expect me to take the Teeironor side.
Fair enough.
I think, if you want, I think I have a spell to clean you up. If you don't mind.
Well, yeah, they're dead, but, they're still all over me, so appreciate it.
Stand still for a bit, if you will.
Benjamin kind of T-poses.
Nods in approval, like, yeah, that's what you should do. And, yeah, Kairi will focus her magic for a little bit and close her eyes, extend a hand towards you, and basically each of her fingers lights up with tiny little lights that blink out, light up again, blink out, light up again. And you sort of realize what she's happening. She's basically micro-teleporting all the fleas on you away. And after she's finished, which will take like a minute or so, she casts another spell to clean you up of like the ones you might like have quashed in like their mess and all that. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
You are now not spotless, but at least good enough.
Much better, thank you.
To use the Tome of Kinfi the Mad for fleas of all things.
Well, at least I won't catch fire down here.
Has that happened? She seems genuinely concerned.
Before, that almost happened, right?
With the Tome of Kinfi the Mad...
Like
when you were fighting them,
something was happening and like I jumped out of the way before it did. Was it fire?
What? There's no like ball fire among the effects that I have listed. I think what might have happened is the thing about. Is it that on the list? No, it's not actually. Maybe I think what might have happened is the counter spell. Maybe something like that fucked with it. I don't remember. Oh, one of the effects was the Infernal landing on you, but that since you were inside, that didn't quite work out.
So what have they like struck me with?
They've listened in on your thoughts for a little bit, countered your spells, send you ascending, and what else have they done? Afflicted you with fleas so far, and the Infernal. The other effects you do not know.
Do I know about the Infernal?
Yeah, because you
I don't remember the
you
context well.
It crashed into here, right? The English Main Lounge.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
Yep.
Well, does Fellfire count?
It would, yes.
Yeah, they kind of dropped an Infernal on me.
Pauses. Well, at least the velocity will be reduced underwater, I guess.
Yeah, but we can't quite kill it, can we?
I would normally say that demons are a different case, but in this particular situation, I think you might be right. Although technically, Infernals are constructs, not actual...
Wait a minute. Above board, above board, above board. Those fleas died, right? Those fleas died, right?
Yep.
And Benjamin was
Oh, no! I mean, I don't think a flea has a lot of, like, enema, question mark?
I wonder if it's on like if it scales based on how important they are. Because if not, we just send like a million lives to fucking whatever.
Well, like,
Go ahead. Go ahead, Khono.
Doesn't like the ocean or whatever have like all sorts of sea life? So like if it just dies naturally, really count?
I think fish probably stay away from this area, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I would say you have not seen many fish around here.
But do I need to roll to have this realization of, oh shit, like a bunch of fleas just died?
Not the realization, but you can give me a clever to realize its potential implications.
Sure. A 0.
A bunch of fleas just died, and yes, you were told, oh yeah, ocean, don't kill people. But you don't necessarily know, like, is the soul of a flea worth as much as the soul of a person and all that? Yeah, you don't necessarily know.
Yeah, Benjamin kind of just stops for a moment and goes like, oh shit, a bunch of fleas just died.
Yes, if you were paying close enough attention, you could feel their souls being sucked towards. She points towards the biggest pyramid, the Ziggurat of Menloth.
How many fleas would you say equates to a dead person?
Depends on the person. I would say a
human,
dragon would weigh more than a human, no offense intended. It's not a size thing, it's a power thing. And destiny mixed in with it, and willpower, it's complicated and a very understudied topic, I'll say. Fleas as... well, they're not sentient, so they're so... and they're not big and mighty, nor are they magically attuned to anything. It's not nothing, but it's probably not going to cause a catastrophe in and of itself, as long as, I don't know. Well, obviously, if the entire population of the city were afflicted with fleas, that would be a problem, but... pauses.
Benjamin, like, looks to Khadgar for some levity to see if he has something to say.
Let's see. 23. I think that's an actual spell. Let me check. The Wondrous Wisdom Ball. What is 23? Oh. This has happened before as you feel its energies coalesce. The next spell that you will cast will be cast twice.
So I recognize this, right?
Yeah, because this has happened before.
Okay. Above board, or I guess, if I would know that. If I were to send a sending spell, would it send that sending spell twice, or would I be able to send 2 sending spells?
You would send that sending spell twice, basically. So your side of it would be wasted, but the recipient can reply in 50 words because he received 2 sendings.
Okay. Gotcha.
Your side's wasted, but the recipient's isn't. But obviously, yeah. Okay. In answer, as you look to Podgar, he's not pogging, but he winks at you.
Khadgar? Is that like the Khadgar's like Warlock apprentice?
I misspoke. I mixed up the words Khadgar with pogging. He does not pog, he winks.
But he does pog sometimes.
Yes, not this time, but yes. You are aware of what the Wisdom Bow has just done. Meanwhile, Kyrie is yelling out, Rune Weaver, make sure they get the Tome of Kinfida Mad as soon as possible. I informed them, they're working on it. Can I get back to my research?
Sorry, go ahead.
He does. Sighs. Kyrie says, so, the fleas on you, they won't make a big impact, probably.
Well, that's a relief, I suppose.
It's still best to try to avoid killing things, of course, but if it's just, I don't know, a particularly menacing small fish, I imagine it will be fine.
Well, I guess we'll need dinner soon enough.
Will we? Haven't I taught you to conjure some food, young man?
I mean, soggy bread isn't really,
I mean, we can ascend to the surface, or perhaps we can find an insulated room somewhere around here.
I guess.
And I believe at this time, if she allows herself to be known, Lyri would come rushing into the rest of the people.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, one of them's back, says Kyrie.
Moa got turned into some monster.
Pardon?
The Moog is now not Moog anymore. The orc thing.
The orc what?
Take a deep
Did a
breath. Calm down.
The orc did a spell on Moog, and now he's not Moog anymore.
You just said the exact same thing another time.
He turned him into a two-headed ogre.
You mortals and your casual abuse of life. Well, I'll be completely honest with you, dear Lyri. I've studied the ritual of making ogre mages. Technically, our good Morg is better off. I'm not sure if he would agree with that personally. But the alternative would be he'd be dead. There's no...
Can it be undone?
Would you rather well, he's already dead, basically. The Moog we know is no more.
In answer to your question, Benjamin, it has nobody has tried to undo it.
Can you just chop it off and heal the
That
wound?
would be the same thing as chopping off half of your head. I suppose we ought to supervise this new spellcaster before they accidentally turn Ila into a crater. Should we go?
I'm not sure what we'll do, but yes.
Sighs. She walks at a leisurely pace. Let's leave those two to their archaeology. Indicates Hekala and Runeweaver.
Benjamin nods.
Do you head towards the Stormweaver encampment?
Yes.
I guess Lyri follows as well.
I swear, you mortals never truly understand the simple value of letting life be as it is. I could introduce you to someone who could give you a good lecture about the sanctity of life.
Who would that be?
The Dragon Queen.
The who?
Maybe above board, maybe Benjamin wouldn't necessarily be aware of her, although he has fought in Northrend, so maybe he is. But Zelryn, dragons are pretty present in elven folklore, and elves in general are pretty aware of who the dragon aspects are. In general, of course, Lyri can be an exception. That's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Well, I assume someone like that probably has a busy schedule.
Of course, I was just making hyperbole. Yeah, well, life is not my domain either. The abuse of magic would be, and if there's something that can make more ogre mages, I guess I should go and dismantle it. Grumbles. Shall we
Be my guest.
Shall we check in on the Moad, Bladebeard, etc. front? So top of the round, as you've just unleashed the cannonball on Rokri, and obviously he gives the impression that he'll continue fighting you, Moad, and Bladebeard, you just kicked away some Stormweavers. Who is the greater threat? I guess, Rokri would be the greater threat. So Maud, almost completely spoiling the mood, in between you and Rokri steps in Anastasia. Because she will, as specified in her little companion tab, she will tank no matter the encounter, no matter how stupid it is to tank. As she steps forward and says, "Halt, villain! You will not harm the member of my party. I am Lady Anastasia Dawnguard, daughter of..." And before she can finish, a fellbolt is heading her way as Rokri will use his turn to attack Anastasia.
Yeah.
Wow. Anastasia rolled real well as she parries the bolt of fellfire with her sword and disperses it. Nevertheless, she takes a few steps back as Rokri gains an advantage. I'll call it power overwhelming. But yes, Anastasia.
Overwhelming.
Maybe if it was Moad that rolled, not Rokri. Anyway.
Oh yeah, he's an orc. Yeah.
But yeah, again, Anastasia is squishier than she would like to admit. But again, she will tank, thus taking away some potentially very devastating hits from your group. Rokri for the moment focuses his attention on her. She still nevertheless stands in between you, Moad, and him. Bladebeard and Moad, it's your turns. You guys decide the order in which you go in.
How about you go first for the rest of this scenario?
All right. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Moad would stomp forward and move to try and grab the remaining hand and start crushing with his big one. Or their big one, whatever.
Oh, you try to crush Rokri's hand. Alright, so I guess first things first, you rush forward with that intent. Sounds to me like a forceful attack, and he will attempt to defend himself, of course.
Yep.
Yeah. He attempts to defend himself by casting a wall of fellfire in between the two of you, and dear lord, he succeeds.
In Bosca.
I'll deal with you in a moment, apprentice, after I'm done with this pathetic elf. Rokri creates an advantage. Bladebeard's turn.
He'll yell out to Bud and Anastasia, I guess. Yo, we are not supposed to kill them, remember?
I'm merely defending my party member, says Anastasia. For context, Zhaoqi is trying to stay out of this, and Victrix is dodging the Storm Reaver orcs that are trying to come for her, for context.
I wonder if that rule also applies to skeletons.
They already did.
But we're
Aye,
not,
exactly.
no, they're not. Moad, you will know that they're not, because your shamanistic connection allows you to feel the tortured spirit of life inside each and every one of them.
Actually, it turns out they are, kinda alive. And not doing so great.
How does one knock out a skeleton?
Tie them up.
Oh, I can rearrange their limbs. I
Yeah,
can
you could, like,
make a
stack them.
cage. I can make a cage out of their own bones and trap them inside of it.
Well, that sound like plan. Mo said.
Some of those Storm Reaver skeletons continue closing in on you, Bladebeard. Well, you kick the one away. The others, seeing that you're a threat, draw their weapons. They prepare to attack you with weapons.
He'll try to, grab one of theirs, like I don't know, let's say a foot, and
Mhm.
shove it in a rib cage of the other guy and kind of get them stuck together.
Sounds like a clever, maybe forceful attack. Your choice. Clever or forceful?
Should I roll my highest stat or my lowest? I think I'll go with the highest.
Oh, I never would have guessed. Also, you have your +1 from Gurin.
Oh yeah. Wait, do any of the companions give anything? No. Nope.
So an 8.
An 8.
An 8 to a 3. That's... You... Yeah, funnily enough, you do take out both of them as you shove one's foot in their rib cage, and they both groan in proverbial pain, even though there's very little left there. And they're both incapacitated as they drop to the ground. There are 3 more trying to nab you.
Haha. I fought with orcs with much more muscle than you guys.
We will prepare you as a sacrifice for Darkseer's ritual, dwarf. Gul'dan will not be stopped. The will of Gul'dan, rather.
What? Oh. He's already dead, dude.
Your enemy combatant, he does not listen to you. Anyway, anything else on your turn?
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that's a no.
Oh, is there anything else on my turn? No.
Yeah. The Storm Reavers on their turn attack you with their... just try to swarm you, the 3 of them, with their 2-handed weapons, trying to attack you. How do you defend yourself?
Can I once again try to like push them away?
Yeah, sounds like a forceful defense. Yeah, you create your advantage if you want it.
Sure. Can it be just stay away again?
Of course it can. But yeah, then it shall be Gurin's turn.
He'll try to do the same thing that Bladebeard did. He'll try to, like, I don't know, push one's head in the other's what's it called?
Ribcage.
Another bone.
Yeah.
Rib cage. Yeah, sure.
Clever or forceful then, if you will.
Again, the same predicament. I'll roll forceful.
Let's see it. Yeah, Gurin takes out just one of them. He was instructed not to kill them. It's a weird command to follow for him, but he will follow it nevertheless. So, whom does he take out? Ribcage or head person?
I guess it will be.
I guess ribcage, because maybe he damages the ribcage but the head is fine. What do you think?
I was like thinking they would both be alive, but which one would have harder time fighting? The one with the head in the rib cage, or the one with a rib cage with a head in it?
The one with the head in the ribcage, because he still acts like a mortal would, if that makes sense.
Wait, does he like see his friend as like a full orc?
Probably. So he's screaming in panic and just fear and agony, and the ribcage guy is screaming and flailing wildly with his weapon at you because he's still in the fight.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, the Mindbreakers nevertheless are not dancing, but floating as close to them as possible, filling their minds with illusions. Yeah. Okay. That was Gurin's turn. I think Benjamin and Lyri will... This is top of the round, so we'll proceed into this next turn. Benjamin and Lyri, I think, will arrive the round after this one. Alright?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Okay. Then... also, let me make a note. Then, Anastasia will try to continue to tank. So, she sees Moad rushing forward, so she will do the same thing. Obviously, she will not attack, but she is doing the thing of grabbing Rokri's attention and succeeding. So Rokri will, as mentioned, try to burn the flesh off her body. Let's see how that goes. Yeah, he succeeds dealing 2 damage to Anastasia as her skin skin and clothes begin burning off. She shouts in pain and says, "Nobody touches my friends!" Nevertheless, she has tanked Rokri's attack. Bladebeard and Moad, your guys' turns.
Moad can
Moad.
go first.
Moad. Yeah. Moad. But more. Alright. Moad would, while the warlock is distracted, he would, try to, pick him up with his other stunt and throw him away.
Throw down, showdown. Okay. Okay. What's your more specific intention? Like, are you, like, say, are you throwing Rokri into a rock? Are you just throwing him away to get him as far away as possible? Or are you throwing it with the intention of destroying a potential rock? Wink, wink. Or, yeah, what's your intention?
Oh, wink, wink. I like the wink, wink. Yeah, let's throw him at the, wink, wink rock.
Bit of above board information. Actually, give me a clever to see if you. I'll give you this above board information. You suspect that. You suspect that if you do that, of course, it will certainly do damage. But if the Altar of Storms is broken, you imagine that Rokri will be so enraged that he will not stop fighting until. Basically, he will not concede the fight.
I see. That might not be a good idea.
Just knock him out.
Yeah, my intention was to throw him at a rock and potentially knock him out. I mean, that might kill him, but, you know, it might also knock him out, so, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what Moad's attention is, to knock him out by picking him up and throwing him really hard.
So we're going with you throwing Rokri with the intent of knocking him out, not with the intent of destroying a certain other rock. Wink, wink. Correct?
Yeah, because I feel like if he, well, even if he's unconscious, you make it sound like he still might fight somehow. That's my my worry. Is if
let me clarify. Say if we continue the conventional way without destroying the Altar of Storms, he's not irrational. He'll probably realize at some point, okay, I'm outpowered, I'll just give up. If you destroy the Altar of Storms, he'll be so angry, he will just not give up the fight and you'll have to knock him out. Make sense?
Okay. Well, I guess, like, even if he doesn't successfully knock him out, it still would hurt him. So, and yeah, I'd rather just deal with that rather than just the consequence potentially of him killing someone. So, yeah, I'm gonna try to knock him out, but also wound him in the process. So, we'll go with that. Not the throwing him at the other rock, the wink wink rock.
Okay. Sounds to me like a forceful attack. I'll give you, I think, a +8 bonus. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Let's see how we do.
Ooh,
So
16.
16 to a 7. That would be 9 points of damage. How can he take 9? 4, 2. I have to spend a fate point just for him to stay alive, and I'll spend another fate point. Those are all my fate points for the scene for the moment, just so he can stay alive. quote unquote alive. So that would be that you deal 5 points of damage to him. Are we leaving it at that? Would you want to invest more into this roll?
Is he... So he's conscious and still fighting then?
We're not there yet. We're just resolving the dice at the moment. The way things
But you
stand,
said that he's like 1 point away from, or a few points away from not dying or being knocked out. So he's like still conscious, but he's
yeah.
very beat. Okay.
Basically, at the max he can take is 8. I've mitigated it with my fate points. I've mitigated your attack with my fate points to a 5. Do you want to push that 5 with your own fate points, advantages, etc.?
I've only got 2 fate points left. I'm a little worried about.
You have his consequence.
Oh yeah, can I use his consequence then? That's a good idea. Thank you, Bladebeard.
You can. He will use one of the power overwhelmings to bring it back to 5, I think. He's in a very dangerous spot at the moment. Are we leaving it at basically a 5 with him using the advantage?
I will leave it at that for now.
Okay. 5 damage. That would be his level 2 stress and level 4 consequence. Do you have a name for the level 4 consequence? Again, this is also a severe injury, not as crippling as the level 6s though, but still something that will stick around for a while.
What should I call it? Let's see. Let's call it walk with a limp or something. He's quite his bones ain't doing so hot.
Definitely. Yeah, you pick him up, chuck him into some nearby rocks. He screams out in just panic, and he clearly, even though the water would normally cushion such a blow, you're just too physically strong. As he screams out in agony, having badly landed on his leg, that will now, at the very least, be very injured. And he tries to get up, but he plops back down to the ground. He's in a very bad way. Says he. Go ahead.
You are beaten, little warlock. Stand aside.
Think of the power that you're refusing. Is this truly what you want, Moad? I could take you to such great heights. My master Gul'dan could take you to such great heights.
Would Moad know that Gul'dan is dead?
Yep.
You're speaking of a ghost. Gul'dan has been dead.
You lie.
Do I look like the face of liars?
As he was raising one hand to try to get back up or perhaps cast a spell, he plops it back to the ground and says, "Stand down, Storm Reavers." Basically conceding the fight. What do you want from him as a concession? Asking both Bladebeard and Moad. Oh, DoomGoblin and Khono, rather.
I mean, obviously to leave him be. He's not interested in being his apprentice, not interested in, serving this orc warlock. He is his own ogre.
Sort of goes without saying, I guess.
Goes without saying, exactly. What sort of treasures does he have?
His
Anything
staff
that can benefit them?
His staff is a loot item, and you can sense magics coalescing about it.
is it fel magic exclusively, or is it like magic? Like it can be used for other purposes?
Give me a well, actually no. Well, you don't need to give me a careful, because this is a reward. Oddly enough, arcane magic. He probably stole this from a mage he killed in the war.
All right. Is there any like coral or any like things nearby that resemble like a walking stick or anything?
Coral, not necessarily, because coral is alive and living things are avoiding this place. Other things that would sort of resemble a walking stick. Some stray, basically stray lumber from the remains of the submarine.
Moad would walk over and snap that off, and he would drop it before the orc warlock, and then he would make a hand gesture, and then both the heads would like inch towards the staff, like, give me that.
Looks at you, looks at the staff. This was a reward taken freely and taken honorably in battle. Not that that much really matters anymore for us orcs. Fine. Let it be this way. And he drops it, indicating that you can take it.
Yep, Moad would pick that up as another weapon for his vast collection.
This is the staff of Archmage Gilliam Harb. It's very fancy looking, and this is perhaps why this fellow looks so intact. It has the power to repair clothes and detect magic.
Handy.
I'll put it on screen as a fancy loot item. Anything else you and Bladebeard would want from him as a concession?
Anything from you, Bladebeard?
Can we gain reputation with NPCs that were with us? They like us more because they saw us fight.
Anastasia, definitely. Victrix, sure, but you already had confidence in you. Zhaoqi, too. But this is not a concession that you can extract from Rokri Darkseer. He's not in charge of their emotions.
Yeah, I got confused. I believe that we done something like this before, but I guess not.
I mean, well, sometimes we can include environmental cues into concessions and such.
All right, nothing else then for me.
I don't think I have anything else besides, what was mentioned before and gaining the staff. I don't think he would listen to this. I mean, this is just an idea that I just had. I considered it already, but I was like, if Moad said that he couldn't make any more two-headed ogres, like Moad is the last one.
That's too much to ask.
That's what I figured. Yeah, that's not on the table.
Well, also, how many ogres do you think end up in this city?
Yeah. After like 20 years, you're the only one who showed up. Yeah.
Would him letting the skeletons free be an option? I
mean,
like
you can you can make, like, for instance, you can make a pronouncement in character. Say Moad turns to the skeletons. Warriors of the Storm River clan, you are now free, but above board they are in it they're not sort of Darkseer slaves, they are his warriors, like in sort of traditional orcish fashion. Go ahead.
You said they were suffering, so like,
I mean, what's the Mindbreakers are making them suffer, not Darkseer. Because the Mindbreakers are forcibly keeping them alive, even when biologically they really shouldn't be anymore.
Okay, so that's not really like a consequence that can probably be like, hey, get those guys off of you, get out of here.
Yeah.
Sort of
That
and
that-
probably them dying would be a bad thing too.
yeah,
because it would...
that skeletons. If you take them off, it's gonna crumble.
Yeah. Okay. Then I don't think I have anything. Then I considered 2 of those, but I think that's I think that's it. I can't think of anything. If anyone else has anything, but yeah, I think Moed taking his staff and giving him a walking stick so that he can still walk and I guess do stuff.
I am now about cursing myself because I usually make an effort when creating NPCs to save their model viewer character files in case I need to reuse them or adjust them in later. And Rokri is one of the very few ones I've forgotten to save, so I'll need to remake him from scratch to give him a walking stick.
At the very least, it looks like he's mostly wearing one set.
Yeah, at least there's that. Okay, so he grants you the staff and says, obviously you're not above board obligated to accept this, but he says, your strength is mighty, but don't depend on it too much. And depending on the aid of a magical force so fickle as the elements may not be the best for you. The offer of apprenticeship still stands, Moad. You might need me in the future. And I will not take you as my third, but as my equal partner. You have clearly demonstrated your strength.
What do you think, brother? He seems quite powerful. But power leads to trickery. We learned that with the other ones. But he could be handy in a fight. He's not so handy
I
right
want to
now.
compel Moed. I
Okay.
want to compel his Rage of a Warlord. And he's a very powerful warlord. Half of him is, I suppose. And this guy is small fry. He'll become your slave.
Oh no!
Wait, what's the compel?
Moed's been preaching about he wants Moed to make this orc his slave when Moed's been preaching about how he will not be any slave and that he's his own person. I don't like that.
I mean, one of the guys is an arguably kind of evil warlord, so...
But he's trying to get away from that.
I mean, it's up to you to accept or not. I just compel.
Yeah, but I lose a fate point and then someone else can compel me and then that's it. You guys are so...
I mean, to
it
be
was
fair,
more-
he's a slave already, so take that in mind.
But does it have to be the word slave? Can't it just be companion or...
No, because
Troll.
that's what he was offering you, an equal. And no, he can't be an equal, he'll be your underling.
Can he be underling? I like underling better than slave.
I think that's
Like, you will serve me.
Would changing it to that make you accept?
Yes?
Okay. But then I'll
If it's
add I'll add the small if. You will not treat him well.
Oh, Moed's gonna abuse him?
No, just not treat him well.
Oh, you just just be like, get over here, you manservant or something.
Exactly.
Like he's just like,
something like that.
I mean, the guy is a Storm Reaver orc, and this is kind of like karma. It's a little. I guess it would be more Mo's head doing it than Ud's head doing it.
Yeah,
so-
yeah.
Okay, all right.
Not equals. You will serve me as master.
What?
Do I look like some weak, simpering orc who needs a stick to walk? I am Moed. I am strong.
You truly demonstrate that eradicating your civilization was the right thing to do.
Not test me, warlock. Give you mercy only because of this place.
I will transfer Benjamin's fate point to Maud. He says, "Look, we are on a mission from the great and mighty Gul'dan. I need to get this submarine," he points at a very, very dead turtle. "This submarine back operational. Transport these elven runestones to Draenor. How you ask me to betray my liege? My own master."
Your liege is dead. He will not save you, he will not help you. Only I extend a hand right now.
Pauses. Above board, if he were to refuse, we'd probably resume combat, which would definitely not end well for him. So he says, "What would... Very well, my master." He tries to get up very painedly. It would take him a bit of a while, because he'll try to get into a kneeling position. It would take him a while.
I know that the aspect was that Mo's head has to treat him unwell. Does Ud also have to obey that? Compel.
Benjamin? Thompshire, rather.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
So, Mo has to treat him unwell. Does Ud also have to treat him unwell? That was my question.
Let's say for simply that he's neutral at best.
So he can't offer him help in getting him up at the very least to speed things along.
No.
Okay.
If it weren't Thompshire's decision, if I were the one making the compel, I probably would have said, "No, not only are you not allowed to help him, you have to kick him." But it's not me saying that. It's not me saying that. Because I'm not the one empowered to do that. It's Thompshire's decision. But he takes, again, more than a minute to finally get up and, well, of course, kneel then before you. And he motions for the rest of the Storm River orcs to do the same. And they do. Reluctantly, but they do.
Good.
Now, sort of my question, this is a bit above board, but of course it will also happen in character. Do you want Rokri to become one of your companions and wander around with you with a small group of Storm River skeletons? Or are you just keeping him hey, stay here, and when we need you, we'll come back and get you? He'll probably obey nevertheless.
I think it could be handy to have him with us, and he can't betray us or anything, right? He has to work with Mo'ud and all that other jazz.
No, he can't betray you because he can't betray you because this was not the terms of a concession. This was you intimidating him into it. This was not the result of a fight.
Okay. I mean, I don't see the point in why we did all this then, the whole, oh, Mo'ud has to treat him bad and Mo'ud has to do all that if he doesn't come with us. So it seems like that kind of goes hand in hand, where it's he comes with us with his skeleton crew and they help us to a degree until something comes up where a betrayal could happen. So I think for now they would come with us then.
Okay. Above board, I never envisioned Rokri as a potential companion on this little companion list, so I need to think of the passive and possible active effects that he can create. So yeah, I'm gonna need some time to think about that. But while that happens, yeah, how how is that conveyed, sort of in character?
I guess I'll say it vocally.
You and your orcs will come with us. You will help, you will fight, and that is what you will do.
What of the altar? We cannot leave it unsupervised.
Can you leave some of your orcs here?
Nods.
Then that will suffice.
Sighs. Says, very well. Rokri of the Storm River and my few troops will now serve you, Moad.
Good, good. Then we are done here for now. We must regroup. Right, Ud? I think, well, Lyri didn't seem to like our new look. She doesn't like anything. Yeah, but she liked me a little bit. And how long does that last for? It lasts, right? She's tricky. Probably wanted us dead. Maybe she just worried about us, you know. Growing a second head is a lot. It's not much for us. Yeah, but it's not really shocks to us, really. Not at all. Well, we explain it to Benjamin, and he will get used to it. They all get used to it. This is us now. Alright.
And I think, unless you guys, Khono and DoomGoblin, want to say or do anything else, this might be a good time for Benjamin and Lyri to show up.
Bladebeard just...
Kyrie goes to two.
Yeah, Kyrie goes too. What's up, DoomGoblin?
Bladebeard is just laughing at the combined orcs. And how silly they are.
Understandable. Benjamin and Lyri and Karigosa, as you make your way into the encampment, what you see is Moad, which obviously is a shock in and of itself, but also a large collection of skeletal orcs and an old orc warlock, very wounded, the latter, kneeling before Moad.
Lyri points
Hello.
at the ogre. See?
Benjamin just like kind of steps back and puts his hands on like his blade's hilt.
Lyri
There's
will
no
do the
need
same.
for bloodshed.
What is this?
We are whole. It's me, Benjamin. It's us. This is Moarg, and I'm Bud still. We are now complete.
How are you complete when you're separate?
We are separate, but we are united in purpose, Lyri.
Benjamin kind of looks to Karigosa to see if she agrees with this statement.
She folds her arms. She's more so, perhaps you've seen sort of this face before, she's more so in curious scholar mode, if that makes sense. She's narrowing her eyes, not in hostility, but in trying to ascertain Moad in general. And she says, any dreams of conquest, of domination, of perhaps swearing fealty to some long-dead orc warlock? She asks Moad.
No. We rejected such a weak, simpering oaf here. He submitted to me for now.
I mean the one who died in the tomb of Sargeras, not that one.
That one's dead. He has no holding on us.
What of the demon?
Still here, but quieter.
So the one thing you came here to do, you didn't.
Perhaps not. It's not what we expected. But I gained a brother over it. And he and I are in agreement. We are happy. We are whole. We are smarter and more inclined to what we are. We were unhappy before. Now, we are good.
If you wanted someone to talk to, you have 3 teammates.
Not talk to. Kinship. Brotherhood.
You have a clan of ogres. How are they gonna recognize you
Where
now?
are they? They will recognize true power and strength. Two-headed ogre is great.
Kari will
Power,
say,
strength, that's all this is about? I thought you cared about them.
We do.
Kari will say, in ogre society, 2 heads are, well, even before the whole Gul'dan business, they were seen as prodigious. This will, she points at Moad, will not affect his relationship with his clan, probably. Not in a bad way, anyway.
We are very much the same, but also more. I now have power and connection to the elements, for instance.
Oh, she says, so that's where it went. Well, that's perhaps better than the alternative, says Kari.
Where
Yes.
what went?
The magic, that is part of the ritual. We were empowered, and as a result, we gained a good connection with the elements, like before.
To offer a bit of explanation, dear Benjamin, this ritual that Moad, I'm getting that right? That Moad underwent is not, its primary goal isn't to give ogres 2 heads, it's to empower them with magic. The 2 heads is more of a side effect.
Why ogres?
Because, quite frankly, they are powerful enough to withstand magics simply by their brutish nature. If something like this were tried on a human, no offense, you would probably explode from the overwhelming magical power.
We should
Right.
give it a try.
We should not.
I wouldn't
Damn it.
advise it. It was quite painful, actually. I didn't enjoy it at all. I mean, the after effects is good, but... Ugh.
I believe in Benjamin.
Pass.
We would rather not see Benjamin explode. I'd like the Benjamin intact, please.
Okay, I have come up with Rokri's sort of passive effects as a companion. Because he's very observant and magically attuned, he's with you, he'll grant you +2 on your careful defenses, because he'll call out potential threats. That said, he might betray the party at the worst possible moment.
He'll probably
Awesome.
betray us at the end of the day, since his
that's-
routine will reset.
But that's Lyri's job, what the hell?
I emphasize the word might betray. It's entirely possible to turn him over to your side's cause. Remains to be seen if the abusive warlord method is the best way to go about it. Anyway, Kari says, I'm glad at the very least that shamanism is what called to you, Moad. The alternative, fell magic and shadow magic, well, we all know how that usually winds up. And arcane magic, well, not as volatile. It's difficult to get used to if you're not careful.
Well, at least you could teach him a thing or two.
I could, but after this adventure, I'm not sure I'll have time for an apprentice, I'll be quite honest.
We appreciate any help we can get in our new footing.
I...
Well, you certainly have an eager apprentice waiting in Stranglethorn.
Yes, speaking of which, how are you going to explain this to everyone else?
That we have 2 heads now?
Yeah, isn't that a bit of a big lifestyle change?
We feel mostly the same in agreements. And who we are. And I'm still here. Yes, that is partially why this is good. Bud going away would have been bad. For me and for him. This way we are united in purpose. Together.
And this may be rude, but how do I say this? How are you? I don't think you'll ever be able to find romantic love ever.
I knew you'd say that. Sorry, carry
How
on.
did you know?
You would be surprised. Yes, we have gained with others before, and now 2 heads. 2 heads are better than 1. You were waiting to say that, weren't you? Yes, I've been waiting for it all day.
Nobody would want to be with 2 persons at the same time. How uncouth.
If, Kari says, if we're speaking strictly of ogres, again, 2 heads is a very prestigious and prodigious thing in their society. It
I don't think ogres are his type.
shrugs.
I like ogre. Well, it's been a long time since we've seen.
Backtracking.
Not backtracking, just realistic. Ogre women are very hard to find.
Rokri, who has been kneeling the entire time, says, "Do you want me to slay this one for her impertinence, master?"
No, don't kill her. That's tempting. She did cut you that one time. Yes, but the scar makes me look cool. Alright. No, don't kill her.
Whatever happened to inside thoughts?
It's harder, I guess. I mean, it's nice to talk to someone about it. We consider thoughts sometimes, Benjamin, but it's good for us both to talk out loud sometimes.
Well, hopefully not about the murder of someone.
We will consider that for next time, then. Maybe we shouldn't talk about murdering people in general.
May I get up now?
Yes, get up.
Look, his legs have gotten stuck, for lack of a better term. Also, you did blow his arm off, but the bleeding has stopped above what... DoomGoblin's gone because of the influence of the Mindbreaker. Is there... Oh, DoomGoblin said BRB. Okay, so... okay, duly noted. I guess you...
I'm guessing he had to restart his PC or something.
Maybe. Anyway, I guess continuing on for a little bit. I'm curious. Benjamin and Lyri, of course, there's the elephant in the room of Moad, but what's your guys' opinion on the Storm Reavers that are apparently now his servants?
Benjamin's keeping a good eye on them.
Lyri just wants to get this thing done. But she is intrigued about her worshippers. So she's thinking about that a bit.
Makes sense to me. I was planning a a Bladebeard rather thing to happen. So until DoomGoblin gets back, what next? Oh, actually, I guess sort of NPC reactions. I guess that would be a good thing to continue on. Kyrie will sort of cautiously approach Moad and begin studying you. Like, she casually touches you and thinks to herself. She's clearly very obviously studying what just happened to you. She says, "I've never honestly witnessed the process in person. Well, I didn't this time either, but I've also never seen a fresh ogre mage.
We are very unique, ogre. We ate a demon once. I remember. Tasted
Quite.
horrible.
Quite.
But now we are two-headed ogre that had eaten a demon. We are very unique, we believe. And we also think that two heads are better than one. Who already said that? Yeah, but like, for real. Like, I mean, with a lady. Okay, but it's, you can keep that to yourself. Okay.
Benjamin,
Yeah.
promise to never ever do anything like this.
Grow a second head?
Do any kind of magical transformation thing.
You're one to talk.
I'm the only one who can give you this word of warning.
No.
We would also recommend the same. It's quite painful. But we wanted this. Yes, we wanted this.
You like the pain?
Not the pain. Second head.
What do you mean you wanted this? Were you aware of that this would happen? Says Kyrie.
Bud. It was a possibility in my head. I mostly did this to get rid of the demon, but we had an idea. Bit, maybe. You wanted this. Yes, but was possibility it wouldn't work.
And what if the second head was the demon? Did you think that far in advance?
Bud isn't really well known for thinking that much. I'm more of the thinker in this relationship. I'd still have good ideas. Sure.
Master, says Orokri, why do you heed so much the word of a puny gnome?
Gnome?
Points at Kyrie. Kyrie doesn't pay Dogseer much mind.
Oh, put it this way. Well, we could tell him no. She is stronger than she appears, little warlock.
As you say, Master. Eyes Kyrie. Kyrie doesn't pay any attention to him. On that note, says Kyrie, Lyri, Anastasia, Victrix, where are Anastasia and Victrix? Feel free to give me carefuls if you want. Nice roll. Benjamin can roll too if he wants.
Do we get a buff with our carefuls because of the warlock?
No, that the warlock.
That's a defense.
If my stunt applies, that's a 7.
Oh yeah, it would. Benjamin notices that Anastasia and Victrix are currently plundering the remains of the submarine.
Yeah, Benjamin doesn't really say anything.
Kyrie looks around, doesn't seem to find them. Those girls. I'll ask you, Lyri, then. That thing, points at the Altar of Storms, technically was made with an elven runestone. Do you, for lack of a better term, want it back? Is there one of us?
Yeah. Or Zelryn? Oh, I thought you said ever.
One hand.
I did say Zelryn, but...
Hey.
If not, I would like to dismantle it. This... Master, you would allow this gnome to damage this, the altar?
Does that bother you?
Does it not bother you?
I got what I needed out of it. If it truly bothers you, well, you're more than welcome to show your true colors now.
Flexes the fingers on his one remaining hand, realizes he's completely outpowered, and he says, Master, if you have desires of apprentices in the future of your own race, this is the best way to make them, and elven runestones are very, very hard to come by. I don't imagine there will be another incursion into Kofalos anytime soon.
What do you think, Ud? I don't think we need apprentices, do we? No, don't. We're fine being as we are and being the only ones. Then that is how it will be.
Oh, DoomGoblin's back. Oh, in the process of being back anyway. In character, Rokri will say, but think of long-term investments, masters. Think of possibilities. This altar is easy to unmake, but it is not easy to make again if we ever need it.
I don't think I need it. It is something you and your dead master wanted.
Looks about to say something else, then puts his arm down in just defeat, because he can't think of a potential argument, and he knows he has no way of defending the altar. Are you going to keep that around? Says Kyrie, referring to Rokri.
The warlock?
Nods.
I intend to have him be of use to us. For now.
All right.
I would keep an eye on him. I asked Bud to do it. I'm trying to, it's just kinda hard.
Nods. Are you first DoomGoblin?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
I'm just not in roll 20 yet.
No worries, you have not missed anything in roll 20 specifically. In narrative, I guess the only thing you missed is Victrix and Anastasia are plundering the submarine, the remains of it anyway, and Kyrie is intending on destroying the Altar of Storms, right?
Alright.
Do let me know, of course, if there's anything that Bladebeard was up to. Otherwise, Kyrie would begin casting a spell that you guys feel certain by the intensity would bring the altar down. And she says, best to step back, all of you.
Moed would step back.
Benjamin, Lyri, and Bladebeard, I'm assuming, do the same thing?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. After a couple seconds, the spell would be unleashed, bringing the altar down and silencing its magic with quite a decent shockwave at that rattles you guys on your feet. And yeah, and behind you, Maj appears and says, "Are you done with this side mission?" Asking.
I think so.
Yeah, everyone.
Yes, we gained a lot from this. Well, we did. Everyone else seems kind of bitter. Well, they will get better at it, I think. Just gotta get used to us.
Let us continue on our way, yes? Says Maj.
You don't have to
Okay.
tell me twice.
Yeah. Let's get out of here. I'm
Right.
sick of this place.
Kyrie yells out, Victrix, Anastasia, we're leaving! Oh, one moment. Well, you hear Victrix say, one moment, and Anastasia says, we're trying to take the telescope. They'll catch up, surely, right? Says Kyrie.
Kind of don't trust him to find a way. Should probably wait a bit.
While the waiting happens, are you with us, DoomGoblin?
Yeah.
You hear a ringing come from your hourglass, and actually, where's your hourglass? Is it in your closet-sized bag?
Yeah.
Yeah. In the bag, you. This will be comical and bizarre. In the bag, which I'm guessing is in your beard,
Yeah.
the hand of Mir pokes out holding the glowing hourglass from Bladebeard's beard.
Amazing. Amazing. Yeah.
Yes, lovely. For you, Prime Designate, I believe.
Sure. Thanks. He'll pick up the hourglass.
Good, return to your post, Mir, says the voice in your mind. And the voice in your mind says, activated. We would not be receiving a call if they were not looking for us.
Who's looking for me?
I do not know.
Am I like among the party?
I assume
Rest of
so.
the-
I assume so.
He'll just like I don't know, move away a bit, not too far.
Okay. To gain some privacy, I'm guessing. Is Bladebeard noticed that he's moving away with a glowing hourglass? By the other players, I mean.
Lyri is too frustrated with all this waiting that she isn't paying attention.
Fair enough.
I could do a roll if Moed is paying attention to that.
If we want to resolve it by a roll, sure. It will be Bladebeard Sneaky versus Moad's Careful.
Sure.
Do I get +2 from Victrix?
Victrix is not nearby, she's looting the submarine. So you guys decide how we resolve this. If Bladebeard is noticed, if Bladebeard is not noticed, or if we reroll. Yeah,
Let's just
What is he doing?
roll.
let's reroll then. Bladebeard Sneaky versus Moad's Careful then. God
Oh
damn
my
it.
god.
Let's roll again. Worse and worse.
Oh, well, there you go. Maud notices.
I get
I guess
Moed
4 eyes
notices.
are better than 2.
2 heads are better than 1.
Hmm? Also, Benjamin has the option of noticing if he wants, and of course, DoomGoblin if you want it to happen, etc., etc.
Not really. Benjamin isn't paying attention.
Sure.
I'll activate the hourglass.
Okay. Do let me. Why that will happen. But before that, Moa noticed that Bladebeard is walking away with the glowing hourglass.
Swimming away.
Sure. Is Moad intent on following or just leaving it at that? And maybe questioning Bladebeard later.
I guess he'd have a brief conversation with himself, which is what he's been doing a lot since gaining a second.
Where's he off to? You follow? Will it really bother us or have any consequence with us? Usually does. Alright, well, I guess if no one else is noticing. But shouldn't we keep an eye on the warlock? I mean, other people are keeping an eye on him. Of the, her. Alright.
So Moed would, I guess, Eventually, follow after Bladebeard.
Sure. Then I imagine you probably missed the first few lines of the hourglass activating, but you will see the next things that happen. It's a bit above all unfortunate that Bladebeard and Moad are the only ones who notice, because they are probably the ones that will have the least context for what's happening. As Bladebeard, you activate the hourglass, and a figure you have never seen before in your life appears, obviously in spectral form, from it. This individual that I am putting on screen, this lady, and above board, a conversation will happen between her and the thing in your head. Feel free to interrupt me at any point, either DoomGoblin or Khono, okay? Alright, you guys?
Alright.
The figure emerges and looks at you, Bladebeard, and says, "My lord, Keeper Loken, is it truly you?" And Bladebeard, your mouth seems to be moving against your own will. Feel free to stop me at any point you want.
Immediately.
Give me a forceful then. Oh, okay. Right. Yeah.
You were saying?
This is not Keeper Loken, and the thing in your head says, Allow me to speak, dwarf. It will only take a minute. This is important for our mission and for saving your crew."
If it's important for saving my crew, then I guess. Sure. Actually, do I believe him?
Feel free to give me a careful to ascertain its quote-unquote Loken sincerity. You believe he's being sincere. You're not 100% sure. You believe he is.
Alright, fine, you little trickster.
And I think at this point Moad would begin eavesdropping, alright? And again, the two of you feel free to interrupt me at any point. Your mouth, Bladebeard, says, and a voice comes out that is not your own. I'll say that. "It is I, Heln. Report on the status of Oldrimnir." Heln says, of course, it is overrun by mortals, as you can see, Keeper Loken. Unfortunately, we have bigger issues. I've currently lost control of the seat of the Watchers. Watcher Tezcatli has betrayed us. He's trying to take control of the seat. Keeper Loken, I believe he's the one responsible for the Great Wound. "I see," says quote-unquote Bladebeard. "I expected as such, truth be told. It is why Mimiron and I engineered the seat so that no single Watcher can assume control of its functions." The figure says, "Yet you left a loophole that Tezcatli exploited, Keeper Loken. What is it do you mean?" "In the midst of our struggle, Watcher Tezcatli has placed the entire facility on lockdown. Certainly he cannot use its functions, but neither can we reinforce the warding surrounding Zakajam or the ones surrounding the Great Wound." The thing in your mind pauses a bit, Bladebeard, and says, "This is troubling news, Watcher Heln. As far as you can ascertain, what is the status of the prison of Zakajam and of the Sanctum of Death?" "I am uncertain, Keeper Loken. At the very least I can assume that the wardings are still in place, at least at a fundamental level. There is significant void corruption in the external area of Oldrimnir, but it seems to be confining itself. If Zakajam were to be released, then surely he would unleash his armies upon Azeroth, and well, we can be certain that the wardings surrounding the Great Wound are in place. Otherwise, we would likely not be speaking at the moment." Quote-unquote Bladebeard says, "Understood. What is the status of Watcher Siberia?" The figure says, "Unknown, Keeper Loken. I assume she's still maintaining control over the prison of Zakajam. Begging your pardon, Keeper Loken, but Have you come alone? The problems surrounding Odrimnir are many, and I'm not sure if we can solve them by ourselves. Is Watcher Mimiron with you? And quote-unquote Bladebeard says, Watcher Mimiron is unavailable. You need not concern yourself. Though my current body is weak, I have brought with me powerful servants. Order shall be restored to Odrimnir. Understood, Keeper Loken. I stand ready to assist. A question, if you will, Keeper Loken. 20,046 solar cycles ago, the seat received an encrypted set of instructions from Ulduar. I was unable to verify its contents, given the standoff with Watcher Tezcatli, but something within the seat shifted. Do you know anything of this? Was this Prime Designate Odin's doing? And Bladebeard, quote-unquote, will say, No, Watcher Helm, this was my doing, and Odin is Prime Designate no longer. That title is now mine. I see. There's a brief pause. Begging your pardon, Prime Designate Loken, but it appears the seat of the Watchers is experiencing an intruder alert. I will contact you once again once the situation has been dealt with, or if I require reinforcements. Very well, Watcher Helm. And the hourglass shuts down. You are back in control of your mouth.
Does Bladebeard understand any of that?
Give me a careful, just basically see how close your mind is paying attention to the other mind speaking through you.
1.
I can tell you that they were talking about the pyramids.
What about the names that were dropped, specifically Loken?
At the very least, you can, just from sheer context, you can understand that the Loken is the thing inside of you that was speaking on your behalf.
But he never heard that name before.
No, you did not, funnily enough.
Alright.
We are finished, says the voice in your mind.
Why?
As in, we are finished speaking. You...
Oh, alright. You scared me.
The situation of Odrimnir is concerning, but I am fully confident that we will be able to put it back in its proper place.
Bladebeard kind of feels gross when he says, like, we and us. He is not a big fan of being controlled over by this Loken guy.
When the voice in your mind says, when we enter the seat of the Watchers, which the thing in your mind indicates it's this pyramid over here, the seat of the Watchers, says, bring me to the access terminal on the 2nd level. There I will need to enter some instructions.
Wait, 2nd level. Are we using Stormwind or loader on logic? What's the 2nd level? Is the 1st floor like count as a 1st floor, or is it like the 2nd floor is actually the 1st floor?
The 2nd floor would be the 2nd floor.
So
when you enter, you'll be when you enter the building itself, you'll be in its 1st floor.
All right. So 2nd level is the 2nd level from the ground.
Correct. It is good at the very least that the warding surrounding the Great Wound and Zakajam are still in place.
Yeah.
You have no idea what that means, of course.
Exactly.
You are experienced with liars and scoundrels. Do you believe that Watcher Helm was telling the truth? That Tezcatli has betrayed her? Or is it possible perhaps that it is the other way around?
Hmm. Were there any like I don't know, indications in her voice or something that maybe she was lying or something?
That'll be a careful roll. You can also try to roll clever for a different answer to the same question that would be nevertheless helpful, if that makes sense.
Let's go with clever. I feel lucky today. It's my birthday, or it will be in 4 days. Whatever.
Yeah, at the time of recording, yeah.
0.
That was a bunch of mumbo jumbo. If Loken, quote unquote, weren't speaking with your mouth, you probably would have tuned it out.
Wait, was she made of stone?
Are you asking in character or above board?
In character.
Yes, little mortal. As your body ought to be as well.
What? I mean, at times I can be rock hard, but I don't want to be made of stone.
Can I get a careful from you to see if you notice something regarding the voice in your mind? You just barely notice that when you obviously made this vulgar, I don't know if Bladebeard considers it a joke or just a statement. When you made it, did the thing in your mind like hesitate, like get a bit startled very briefly? You're not certain.
What? All right.
He
Interesting.
never had sex education.
Oh yeah. He had a lover, but he killed her.
Well,
all right. Interesting.
Yeah. That's above board knowledge, you know.
Yeah. Bladebeard doesn't know anything about this, but maybe it's connected. Anyway. Interesting that that comment was something that got a reaction.
I'm trying my best to give you something, DoomGoblin. I'm trying. Because above board, I sort of envisioned that this conversation would happen like in front of Kyrie, for instance. Anyway. Also, Moad witnessed all of this.
Yeah, Bladebeard will just turn around and go back.
Yeah. Moa doesn't really have much to comment on. He has no idea who those people
At the very least,
things are.
At the very least, it would probably be alarming that Bladebeard spoke with a voice that's not his own, using words that are very obviously not his own.
Didn't that happen with Zaltath, or am I misremembering that?
Zaltath would have still been Bladebeard's voice, I think.
And
okay.
I don't think it happened at all.
True.
I don't remember. I just remember something happened between those two. Okay. Yeah, I guess Moa would be concerned, but like he would reserve it for later. For now, he would return as well.
So, Moad, are we going to the arena next?
Is that what we are going to next?
That's what I thought. I don't know, actually.
A lot has happened. I kinda forgot, really. But, yeah, I think that the arena would be the next best place. It remind me a bit of Dire Mole, we'll see.
At this point, I think Victrix and Anastasia would return to the group, which I guess would be more so Benjamin and Lyri, carrying a very, very broken telescope. And Anastasia says, "This will be good. This will be good to sell for spare parts, Victrix." She then looks at Benjamin and Lyri and says, "There's nothing else valuable in there."
Cool.
And Victrix says, stand still for a moment, Anastasia, while I open the portal. And she makes a mini portal and puts the broken telescope inside her personal bank vault. Well, there.
Doesn't the water go?
Funnily enough, that's... You know, Thompshire, that it's actually a question that was answered very specifically in the lore about portals and water. Do you ask that in character?
Yeah.
Character Kyrie says, no, of course not. Then every single portal that would take place underwater would be compromised. There was, of course, the great flood of Red Ridge when someone forgot to place the proper wards on the portal, but standard portal magic comes in place with wards that would prevent the passage of water.
Well, I just didn't know underwater portals were that common, I guess.
Above board, there's an entire in-game book written about underwater portals. But yeah, in-game World of Warcraft book, I mean.
Yeah, I don't think Benjamin's gotten around to that one.
Are we... Oh, those two are back. David and Maud.
Or those three.
Oh, of Gurren, yeah.
And I don't know if Moad counts as two.
Sure.
We count as two.
All right. Are we continuing on our way? Says Kyrie.
Yeah.
Aye.
You return to the road, come across Runeweaver continuing to take readings, and Hekala just standing there gloomily. Hekala looks mortified when she sees Moad and says, she gets readies her staff for a moment, then pauses and says, "Is that the ogre?"
It is we, it is I.
What has... Beloved, I expect some explanations, she addresses Benjamin.
Well, who better to give them but the man himself? The men themselves? Whatever.
Both works. We went through a ritual, and now we have two heads. We are now whole. We remember.
Blinks in confusion. Runeweaver says, "Oh, Kyrie, you won't believe the readings. Oh! And you're... Oh!" Looking at the Stormreavers following you. "This is... new," says Runeweaver.
Don't ask.
"Is it safe?" Ask that at least.
I don't know. Probably. The ogre or the warlocks?
All of this in general.
Probably
You're
not.
safe. This is coming from a lot from someone who has done a great deal of her own mischief. I agree. Yeah, Lyri is
but
far from one to talk.
That's expected.
That's not a good thing.
When something is you're supposed to be the rock that we rely on. What? You shouldn't be doing stuff
No.
like this. Huh?
No, he wasn't.
The rock you rely on. I'm still reliable. I'm just two instead of one.
You're not reliable when you put yourself in these kind of compromising situations.
But we are
Whatever.
better for it.
Oh, okay, and I'm better for what I am now. Was it a good idea to do it?
I don't think you're better at all. You were better before you ate void stuff and went crazy.
You're a liar.
Hey, Beard, what do you think? Do you think she was
Can
better
we
before she ate?
bicker on the way?
No. I want to hear what he has to say.
Bladebeard or me?
The ogre, but Bladebeard can interject if he wants.
I think you were always a monster. We just didn't notice it.
That's what I
There's his
expected.
answer. Well, Benjamin's usually the fence sitter, so maybe he should clarify whether you were better off before you ate Void.
Is that all you think of him as a fence sitter?
A bit.
My beloved does not sit on fences. He sits on thrones, says Hekala, not understanding the saying.
Yeah, have you not seen the render?
That was a low blow, Zelryn.
That's awful. Carry on.
In character, Hekala said, "My beloved does not sit on fences, he sits on thrones." That's where we left off in character.
I don't think I sit on the thrones.
You're worthy of it, at least.
Yeah, he's a good friend, I'll give him that, but he has pretty good things to say usually regarding Lyri's mishaps, excluding the axe throwing.
Who are these? Runeweaver asks regarding the Stormweavers.
They are the orcs that, helped me along. They are working for us for now, but I'd keep an eye on them.
Will do, of course. More stuff to keep track of. Of course. Shall we be on our way, says Runeweaver.
Aye.
Alright. Question for everyone. Are you heading straight to the arena? Are you exploring on the way? Do let me know.
I'd assume we're just heading to the arena at this point.
Yeah, I think last time we said this was the last exploration we would do.
Yeah, before getting to the arena.
Sure thing. The arena, even like if looking from the ground level, it's easy enough to spot because it's standing on a bit of a hill and it's a bigger building, but also from the ragged, for lack of a better term, cheers of the audience. And as you get closer and closer, you see just lines of trolls slowly going in. And as you guys come upon sort of the main street leading to it, you see that there are two entrances. One is where all the people are, well, trolls, and including Tortollans, and think out of the corner of your eye you see some of the guild goblins sneaking around. There's that entrance, and there's also a different side entrance guarded by an armed skeletal troll. Can I get a careful to see if all of you notice something? -4. It's, yeah. Bladebeard, no rolling twice. Anyway.
Oh, I got confused because the last roll was also careful.
No worries, no worries. Benjamin and Mowad, well, especially Benjamin with his stunt, you notice two sets of seashells arranged in inscriptions by the crowd that's gathering on the one entrance. You see seashells arranged in the shape of an anchor. By the sort of side entrance, or at least in the direction of it, you see seashells arranged in the shape of a ship, the Nasty Mule.
Hey, Bladebeard,
That's me.
more anchors and shells and boats.
Aha. Aye. You are correct. That is an anchor. And that is a ship.
Well, what do you have to say about it?
Feel free to give me a clever if you want a hint, Bladebeard.
Above board. Anchor probably means don't go there, and ship means you're on the right path. But let's see what Bladebeard thinks.
Clever, I said, not careful.
What
Clever.
Alright.
Oh, yeah. That same conclusion sort of pops in your mind because you think anchor, yeah, that's the thing that quote-unquote killed Anchorbeard. And ship, yeah, that's the best thing in the world, a ship. You get the inkling that, with that clever roll, perhaps Anchorbeard left this message specifically for you.
I think we should go to the place that's marked by a ship, and don't go to the place marked by an anchor.
Any rationale behind that, says Kyrie? You know
What?
the fellow best, I guess.
Yeah, this was obviously drawn by Captain Anchorbeard. And
Didn't you say he went crazy?
maybe, apparently he didn't accidentally kill himself. He jumped into the sea knowing that he would survive, but never came back for like 30
I'd
years.
Still
and more.
qualify that as crazy.
That does sound crazy.
Aye. But wait, he drew a ship next to those goblins, right? And they offered something useful.
No, a good thinking then. And the anchor, a sign of his death. Oh, good thinking, Mr. Bladebeard, says Kyrie.
Thank you. So I guess we don't wait in line, we go to the place with, what did you say? A skeleton guard?
Yep, there's a skeleton guard.
Well, even I could tell you that. Who likes waiting in line?
I'll say I did a bad job of describing the entrances. The entrance that the trolls are gathering, and the Tortones and the Gill Goblins, is much larger, clearly intended for, like, the audience. And the other entrance is definitely smaller. Like, there's a very rotten door holding it. Yeah.
There's also a third option. We can just swim over the walls.
Hmm?
Or should we act like civilized people?
I'll follow your call.
Everyone would see us if we swam over the walls.
Yeah. Aren't you more keen on following your crazy captain's hints?
Hekala would interrupt with some cultural context because she's a troll. Interrupting a match in the arena is really a good idea.
I agree.
Is it true there's a rumble in Stranglethorn every few years?
Yes, happens every few generations.
Interesting. I think my dad mentioned it once or something.
Was he there? Perhaps he met my mother.
Are you siblings?
Not really sure about the timeline.
Siblings, huh?
Above board, your father, Benjamin, was in Stranglethorn before the First War, and Hekala's mother died during the First War, so the timelines align.
Yeah, but Benjamin said that in character.
Fair enough.
Since, until, a few days ago, weeks ago, we didn't really know a part of that backstory, so I take it his dad just offhandedly mentioned it at some point.
True enough. She shrugs and says, "My mother, well, she competed under an alias given that my family were outcasts, and she won 5th place out of 500.
Are there prizes?
For 5th place, no.
Well, I meant in general.
Yes, the event is hosted by the Zandalari king himself, a guest of honor.
Aren't, trolls in general kind of hostile to each other?
Not to the Zandalari necessarily, they're a bit special. Though, of course, arguments happen all the time.
Well, I guess no place better than the arena to settle them.
I wonder if there will be one held in my lifetime. And anyway, are we going?
Let's go.
You approach the guarded door, and the one guard says, "Competitors only."
Yep, that's us.
Have you spoken with Thrash? And Marge behind you will say, "That be the 7th minion. You should be there. In the arena, I mean."
Oh wait, do we need to like get his mask or something?
"Yes," says Marge. "I'll convince him to go willingly."
Which do you think is more likely?
He was always vainglorious. Probably have to compete against him.
Awesome.
The guard says, "Again, have you spoken with Thrash?"
Yep, we have. Let us through.
"Very well. May you be luckier than the dwarf." And he makes a motion to open the door, which is rotten away anyway, but he does the motion anyway. Enter.
Sorry, go ahead.
He just says enter.
And what happened to the dwarf?
Looks at where the door is supposed to be. Looks at you. "I
He
opened
got
it."
turned into a door.
Above board, well, actually not above board. Cairo say the door was probably made of wood, Benjamin. It's probably rotten away, but it's been thousands of years.
What?
The door was probably made of wood. It's been underwater for thousands of years. It's
Yeah, but Benjamin doesn't mention the door at all.
Didn't you ask what happened to the door above board?
No, what happened to the dwarf?
Oh, the dwarf! I thought you said the
And then,
dwarf.
and then Lyri said he got turned into the door.
I
That's
got
probably where the
confused.
confusion came from.
I'm so sorry. Do you ask the skeletal troll?
Yeah.
Says, "He competed, got as far as Thrash himself, but lost. He had to surrender his anchor as a prize."
So he's fine?
Nods.
But he doesn't
Okay.
have his anchor.
Thrash spared his life. And yes, he does not have his anchor. Perhaps you may win it in the tournament.
Cool.
You may proceed.
Lyri
you.
will walk inside.
Bladebeard will swim inside.
The guard says, "Straight ahead. Speak to Thrash first." And there are a few side corridors that are not lit, obviously, and the inside itself that leads above board to the inside of the arena, the sands of the arena itself, so to say. Do you go straight ahead further in?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All of you?
Yeah.
Yep. Moad would enter.
Okay. Let me put the map of the arena on screen in a moment. As you proceed inside, there'll be some tokens that I'll need to place. Yeah, this is this layer. Okay. And inside you see this fellow that I will soon replace with a different little token, training quite a few of these like undead or not undead troll skeletons, and says, "Faster, faster! Do you think you can match up to the dwarf that came earlier? Come on, faster, faster! Swing harder!" Then sees you guys approach from aboard this entrance. Says, have you come to compete?
Yeah.
Who is in charge here? Ah, you have returned? Asking Bladebeard. I beat you already. Have you brought friends?
No, that was probably my old captain, Captain Anchorbeard. I'm Captain Bladebeard.
Maybe you'll get as far as him today. He convinced me to stay here and hone my craft. And one day he'll regret coming to this city. Well, he'll return one day, I know it. Perhaps... Pauses. Perhaps one day I will leave the city and challenge his own master that he spoke of.
Does he have a master blade?
The master?
Yes, the one who trained him in combat. I believe he said the name was Guren.
Bladebeard kind of slowly turns towards Guren.
Guren staring
Yeah,
at the wall.
Benjamin does the same. You know that like
Everyone turns to Garen.
you know that like rock sound they sometimes use in memes to like have people turn. It's that sound exactly.
Guren is staring at the wall at the moment.
In Dwarven. Guren, did you train Anchorbeard?
Can I get Guren's careful to see if he remembers? Maybe. Don't remember
Alright.
exactly. Train lots of people. Who's Anchorbeard?
Oh, he was my captain long time ago.
What's he look like?
He had an anchor in his beard, at least when
Oh.
I knew him.
I taught him that. Good weapon.
You taught him that he should wear an anchor.
Aye, good weapon.
Suddenly, everything makes sense. Everything in my life is connected somehow.
Stares awkward.
Yeah, you might as well ask him if he knows your grandma in the sewers.
Have you ever met Gusvina?
Be careful. Well, Guren's careful.
She's a fortune teller, or was, and still is. I don't know. One.
What sewers?
Well, now she's in Stormwind sewers. And before she lived in Stormwind, like above ground.
I met a fortune teller in Stormwind once. Not in sewers, though. Was a good shag.
I guess he knew her too.
Benjamin's trying to suppress a chuckle. This is too funny.
He's saying it in Dwarven, Thompshire.
Oh, sorry. Then just Benjamin will just say, huh, okay.
I mean, if a dwarf from Ironforge, or wherever Guren is from, visits Stormwind, obviously he's going to visit the Dwarven district.
Aye.
So,
I mean, thousands of people live there, so
I mean, my family is I wouldn't say famous, but probably like the most fun people there. So, other fun people will probably meet them.
Fair enough.
Frash, meanwhile, says, "So, do you wish to compete? I warn you, you will certainly not be able to match the greatness of a dwarf that came through earlier.
How earlier was that?
Not yesterday. Earlier today. Which, above what you know, doesn't mean anything.
And where did he go?
After I defeated him, where did you say he was going to go? Let me check my notes above board. I'm sorry."
The troll guy like checks his notes. Where did I write this down?
Into the city.
Wow, thank you for a very specific answer.
He said he was going to go exploring to try to find something. Oh, sorry, I forgot the accent. Above board.
So, if we beat you up, will you be willing to... I turn to Marsh. What are we doing again?
We need him to return to his post or surrender his mask.
Will you return to your post?
My post be right here. I be preparing for the triumph of Minloth. The triumph. Looks dazed for a moment. The triumph. Yes, the triumph of Minloth. And when he says that, the mindbreakers that are also surrounding him seem to be intensifying their magic. Like before he says that to make him say that, if that makes sense.
So, like, does he die if we take the mask off?
Above board, if you remember, you asked this question before of Maj, and he said, yeah, it's basically removing his head.
Okay.
So wait, do we need this guy to like leave the arena and go somewhere else? Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
Maj says, convince him to return to his post or take his mask. He'll probably return if he's beaten, I guess, or if you can find arguments, and he glares at the mindbreakers, that those cannot circumvent.
I say we fight.
I welcome a challenger always, says Frash. But you will not be facing me first. I need to determine your worthiness.
Do we not look worthy?
Do you intend to come at me with all your numbers, or...
Bladebeard says as he's wearing like literally nothing.
Yeah, he's showing off his amazing muscles.
12... all 25 of you. Do you intend to attack me, all 25 of you, at once?
Oh,
Yeah.
Usually it takes 25 people to fight a big, powerful monster.
You truly wound me. But alright, I'll humor you. Return to your rooms, get changed, and I'll have your first challenge ready for you.
Changed?
You're not gonna fight in that, are you? We need some entertainment.
What does that mean?
Get into your costumes, what else?
Costumes?
Lyri runs to the room to see what costumes they have.
Sure.
Does he like indicate where the rooms are? Like
Nope.
what direction?
Nope.
Oh god.
It's gonna be fucking loincloths.
I know.
But what
Where are
would
the
the-
rooms again exactly?
Wherever the quartermaster signed you. I'll have to have him whipped, it seems.
We forgot.
Go back down the entranceway, second tunnel, third room. That's the
Mary
room. That's the
runs.
room for the fresh challenges.
Mary runs to those directions as fast as she can.
Depart, says Thrash. Like indicating that the rest of
Moed
you
would,
should.
yeah, Moed would follow after.
Yeah, Benjamin would go, but like not running.
Yeah. Lyri reaches there first and finds the door rotten away and everything submerged underwater. Give me a careful to see what you get and notice.
Oh
And
no! There's gonna be no
One.
costumes. We're gonna be naked.
what did you get, Zelryn? I cannot look at the moment.
1.
Yeah, there's not much that has survived basically water damage. Begging your pardon, master, says Rokri, addressing Maud as you guys are walking. I don't know if I'm in a condition to fight. Perhaps it would be best if I stay in the stands. I can watch over him if you need, says Runeweaver. Khono? Is Khono with us?
What's? I'm here.
Rokri just said that he's too wounded to fight. He'd like to stay in the stands, and Runeweaver said, I can watch over him if you want.
Yeah, that sounds good. Keeping a good eye on him.
Alright. Then Rokri, the Stormreavers, and Runeweaver will stay in the stands, unless there are any objections.
Sure, fine by me.
Nope.
Any particular preference of where in the stands they ought to be? If not, I'll place them randomly. I guess.
What was the
Fine, I
question?
think.
Sorry?
What was the question?
That's
Where in the stands should they be, if you have any preference?
We do not.
Oh. I think as long as they're just together, they should be fine. Probably.
Duly noted. Okie dokie. Move it like so. Anyone else you would like to position in the stands? Or is everyone else coming with you?
I think everyone else should come with.
maybe we should keep the Pandaren in the stands. She can like draw our glorious fights, if nothing else.
Okay,
Sure.
yeah, sure. It's a smart idea.
Plus, flashy defenses and attacks. We don't really do those, so we aren't losing much.
Okay, sure. She will hang out in the stands as well then. Okay. Again, as you guys... Lyri's the first to reach them. But as you guys get to your assigned rooms, you find them empty, the water having either carried everything away or having rotten everything away if it was like made of cloth. You perhaps find at most like a spare shoulder guard or a shin guard just randomly strewn across.
Hmm.
So we should be naked.
Naked with a shoulder pad.
Yeah, like trolls usually are.
Reminds me of Dire Mole.
Nostalgic, isn't it? Sorry, my cat is very, very insistent on hanging out at the moment. Okay. Okay. So these are the folk that will come with you in the arena. Okay. Let me know when you are ready and walk into the arena and all that. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot these 3 that I'll put, let's say, over here at the moment. Okay.
Lyri goes
should-
into the arena then, if we don't have anything to change into.
Should we like have Moard cast a illusion spell on all of us?
I don't know. Can't someone like conjure some troll loincloths or something? I'd rather not go naked in there.
Just go as you
Wait.
are.
Wait. Doesn't Moarg's staff have the ability to like fix damaged like clothes or whatever? So couldn't he like
Does.
restore some of the costume?
It does.
Yeah, so Mo'ud would
But you need something to fix, if that makes sense.
is there plenty to fix in there though?
A lot of it was washed away or run away. Give me, I guess, a careful to see if there...
Yeah, I was gonna ask, does Bud say that out loud?
I'm guessing...
Hello?
I'm guessing Moa does not? I don't know.
I was rolling the care.
What did you get?
I got a
You got a 1. There's spare scraps of clothing. You can try your staff on them if you want, but you're not sure what you're gonna get because they're just scraps at the moment. So they'll be odd to restore, so to say. You want to?
so it's kind of just like Mo'ud would lift up the staff and repair the costumes there.
Okay. This will be entirely up to chance as to what bit of clothing this was. The higher the number, the better. Yeah, you use the staff and it repairs a set of fairly low quality leather armor, fit for someone troll-sized.
Oh, what's that?
Looks like some troll gear.
It is...
No, I mean, how did you do that?
I'll,
The staff? Oh, I took it from the warlock.
I'll
the
say
first-
it is
Very good.
inscribed in bright colors and seems to have the mark of a snake on the chest.
Can your staff repair clothes?
Yeah.
Benjamin will like go around the room looking for things or like scraps that he feels that they're part of clothes that cover the essential bits, let's say.
Give me a careful, please, and do say out loud what you get, because I cannot look at the thing at the moment.
6 if my stunt applies.
Stunt will apply. Yeah, you have a better eye than Moad, and you are able to find all sorts of bits of clothing that you feel confident. Oh yeah, this looks like the remains of underwear, if that's what you were looking for. This also looks like some more leather armor. This looks like some kind of magic robe, and etc. etc.
Benjamin would kind of like categorize it for everyone's and then for Bud to restore them.
Yeah, Moed would point his staff and use clothes beam on.
Yeah, and those items are restored. There are now enough sets of clothing for all of you. I think there would be, Moad's too big to wear any, unfortunately, and Kyrie's too small in her current form. There are now...
I mean, I guess she can change form.
She can.
So can Mord. But would he be a two-headed Draenei?
He can be whatever he
It'd be
wants to be.
it'd be Mueh'zala.
Would I was gonna ask, like, would he be able to like it would appear like there's two of him, but there's only one of him, but like they're close together.
In my mind, I think
He'd
like
be two Draenei and a big jumper.
no, like to me in my mind, like whoever spoke would kind of change the facial features, or like the expression in like more severe way, I guess.
Fully above board, since this is Khono's stunt, Moad's stunt, he dictates entirely.
Yeah, I'm just saying how I would do it, I guess.
Within certain limits, but otherwise, yeah, he dictates entirely. To answer your question, Khono, yes, you can make it appear that there's two of you just very, very close to each other.
Yeah, that was my idea. So, like, they'd be twin Moads walking around. Yeah, I guess they would converse with each other and what they would want to turn into.
Should you turn us all into trolls?
No, can we just
No.
go?
He already knows us. Let's just change and be done with it.
Why do we have to change? I just want to go. Go.
Because this is like an arena. I think if we do a spectacle, they'll be happier.
Kyrie says, I'm gonna
So a
stay.
spectacle is what they want?
Kyrie says, I'm gonna stay as a gnome just because they know me as a gnome.
Lyri puts her mask down. See? Isn't this spectacular?
Benjamin just face palms.
What would you like to be today, brother? I don't know. We could be a troll. You want to do the usual thing? I mean, it is fun. Okay. Do we want to be a troll then? A troll lady? It has to be a lady? Yes. Well, one of us could be
Why
a man
are you changing, anyways?
to fit the armor.
Is it really that important?
Above board, funnily enough, Moad can just change to look like he's wearing the armor.
We could just make it look like we're wearing the armor, brother. Oh, see, this is why I'm glad I have you. You're very smart. Thank you.
The answer is yes. But yeah, okay, yeah. But I would, yeah.
Yeah, so Mo would make him appear like a troll warlord looking dude, and Ud would look like a troll lady priestess looking lady.
Wait. Was that to Moog or?
Yeah, that's gonna fuck
Yeah,
things up.
that's
'cause
literally
gonna
what-
assume it's two people, and there's gonna be more enemies.
Is that
I assume so.
how that worked?
I assume.
Would that have
so.
still worked if there was just one of them?
The difficulty
Or the
will
two-headed
scale.
dog?
The difficulty will scale a little bit according to how many people there are, but not entirely. I'll say that much.
Okay. I'm gonna sneak away into the arena. Can I roll for sneaky for that? Because I'm tired of these waiting games.
I guess Benjamin like reluctantly start changing, and what would he wear?
There's plenty of rooms for like everyone's intimacy. Lyri, will any NPC keep an eye out for you? Probably not. Will any player character keep an eye out for you?
I'll just roll first and then people.
But Benjamin's busy browsing what he's gonna wear.
I mean, if Benjamin's not looking, it's unlikely that anyone else will find Lyri, I guess.
Yippee.
Okay. While everyone else is changing, Lyri, you sneak into the arena, and you see on the other end of the arena, I will put your specific competitors for the first round, I guess.
Ooh, a bit of intel.
This individual, as well as basically 4 groups of these, but they appear to be very ragtaggedly armed. They appear impoverished, let's say.
I'm going to walk out onto the arena, and I'm going to try from a distance to, I guess, observe the guy in the back and find out one of his aspects.
Okay, give me a second to open his thing. And the difficulties that will be necessary. Okay. Difficulty 2 for his high concept, just because you hear some of the crowd chanting it, so it might be easy to pick up, but it will be more difficult to associate it. And for the other aspects, it will be just give me a second. Where did I? Oh yeah, here it is. Difficulty like 4 for his trouble, and difficulty 4 for one of his tertiaries, and 4 for the other tertiary. He's more predictable than I thought, I guess.
Okay, and that's a careful.
Yes, for all these, yeah.
I will be using a fate point to increase my roll.
What are you invoking?
I am invoking. Give me a second. I'm waiting for my sheet to load up. I accidentally closed it.
Hmm?
I am invoking. Could I invoke Wayward Rogue of Embersorrow Blood? Because I am kind of going out of my way behind my team's back to get some extra intel in a roguish way. And that means I'm more motivated, I guess.
It's a stretch, but sure.
Yes, I don't think it is.
Okay. This will be again enough if you want to raise it to a 2 for his high concept.
Yeah, let me get his high concept.
You again, from the crowd's chants, you realize that this person's name is Kisa, and his high concept is the magnificent champion of Ilalai.
Wait, he's the champion?
One of them, at least.
I see.
He's the magnificent champion specifically.
They're very, very clear about how magnificent he is. Understood.
Well, at least how much he believes himself to be.
Well. Aren't you magnificent?
Who you be? I was told I would be fighting a team if you try to address him directly.
Lyri will tap her head. Well, you see, there's a lot of people in here, so all I need is myself, of course.
You truly think that you alone can challenge me?
Lyri will, I guess. Lyri will, I guess.
Hear me out, peasant. Before you stands Kisa the Magnificent, champion of Vargazul, plunderer of the northern forests, chosen of Befek, invincible slayer of the thousand knolls, the gutter of Murlocs, the spear of Ilalai, beloved of Tazukaha, hounder of dragons, conqueror of the traveler's spire, founder of Ukrukesh. Listen to me, he who gazed into the eyes of the deep one, the inevitable, the slaughterer. And the crowd begins cheering.
I wish Anastasia was here.
What would if she were? Yeah, that would be a spectacle.
The beacon, so therefore I'm better than you. Sigh.
Beacon, chant the Tortolans.
Wait, the Tortolans are here? Oh, they are.
They're in a minority in the audience, but they are here.
I guess Lyri will wave to them.
The quietest cheer you have ever heard emerges. Quietest and slowest.
See? I wouldn't have such a rapturous audience if I didn't you know, have any strength behind it, I guess. Listen, my flashing isn't too good.
Are you ready to begin then? To challenge me?
Lyrian looks behind. What are the gates like to this place?
Metal.
Like, will they fall and it's like a portcullis? that
Yeah,
will
you do
shut and
see
lock
you
them
do
out?
see some trolls standing ready to close the gates once the match begins.
Lyri sighs. Maybe wait a moment? For no reason in particular, of course.
Yes, go and empty your bowels, I can tell it.
Oh, I'm standing my ground. I'm not moving a single inch from where I am now.
You want to empty your bowels before all these people?
Oh, I'll be emptying your bowels all in front of these people. Get it?
I'd like to see you try.
Lyri kind of looks at his bony exterior. Yeah, I'd like to see myself try too.
I am taken. Have you not listened to my titles? The beloved of Tazukaha, if you remember.
As if I'd ever want to involve myself in someone as disgusting as you.
The crowd oohs and ahs, and Kisa says, "Choose your next words carefully, or I will not show any mercy during our match."
Shut up.
Plants his sword on the ground, waits.
Well, gonna do anything, stupid troll?
Why did you turn racist?
He says, "The match has not begun. Or do you want it to begin?"
I didn't realize my words were so biting.
Give me a flashy, please.
Okay. 0.
Says the one that half the arena doesn't even care about, and he like lifts up his hands in a cheer towards the arena, and the arena does erupt in rapturous applause.
Well. Okay. Someone's upset. Where did the confidence go, huh? What, you gonna start the match already because you're so upset, huh? What, are you gonna cry? You gonna cry, stupid troll, huh?
Fresh, who is standing in the gallery behind Akisa, says, "Is this the entirety of your team that will be competing? Shall the matches begin?"
Lyri will pretend not to hear.
Can I get a careful from Benjamin
Sure.
with your stunt applying?
That would
Oh,
be a
okay,
9.
for 9 you definitely hear both times when the arena cheered for Kisa, and the time the Tortolans cheered for Lyri, and the time the arena cheered for Kisa again.
I think Lyri is up to something. We should probably hurry. Benjamin says from
boy.
wherever he's changing.
All
Yeah,
right, let's keep
she's
going.
that way.
Can I, like, keep a lookout, like, in my peripheral vision to see when they're coming?
Yeah, it'll be easy enough to tell.
Okay. I will wait until the moment they're about to enter, and then say begin. And let them try and... I'll keep them on their toes, you know? They have to run in, they have to slide under, like badass people.
Or we can just leave you there.
Well, no, but that wouldn't be cool! Come on. Just the plan.
The crowd begins cheering, fight, 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 fight.
Whoa, 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 whoa. You guys are a little antsy, huh? This match won't take long at all with me at the helm.
The crowd begins throwing rotten food at you, which, given the fact that it's ancient food, means they're throwing nothing at you.
Or I just kind of blink, kind of not understanding the gesture at first, but then getting it. Oh, is that how you feel, huh? Lyri will perklify herself. See, I have secrets too, you know. I can do weird gestures, and Lyri will
The Tortolas cheer.
Lyri will make a rude elven gesture at these trolls.
The Tortolans cheer. One Tortolan says, just like the Gospel of Hardtep said. And for everyone else, let me know when a good time would be for you guys to show up.
Okay. Who is changing beyond the players?
The NPCs that are with you,
All of them?
20 other people, yeah.
except
Okay.
Kyrie and the Wind Serpent.
Okay. Damn, can't we give like a little vest to the serpent?
Yeah, no such thing, unfortunately.
Yeah, then. Unless anyone objects, I guess we'd be about ready.
Okay, and Lyri, with her out of the periphery of your view, you see your companions begin the process of walking in.
I will tell them the fight has started and let the gate fall. And they'll have to scramble in like ants.
Okay, I will roll a generic gatekeeper. Careful to see how quickly the gates close. That's the number everyone has to beat.
No.
Oh,
Maybe
with the
Gary
quick,
won't
I
make
take it.
I don't know.
Oh right, it's a quick, so let me see if the roll is... Well, actually, half of 0 is still 0, so I don't need to roll. Because the elemental lieutenant's thing.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
quick rolls a half. Oh, Gary won't make it.
I guess Benjamin will kind of hurry in.
Well, actually, Gurren can make it. Actually, never mind. I'm stupid. half of 1 is still 1.
Yeah,
And half of 2 is still 1. Yeah, never mind. Gurren can make it.
potentially.
Yeah, I guess it's a very slow game.
You guys can move and control your tokens on the map if you so wish. I'll roll for the NPCs. Let's see. Does Anastasia make it? Yes. Does Hekala make it?
Should I roll for Bladebeard and Gorin?
Yeah, if you want to rush in. All the NPCs make it in. Actually, let me roll for the Wind Serpent. Also the Wind Serpent. Oh fuck, the Carefuls. Duh. Give me a second. Actually, I don't even need to roll Carefuls, because even though Anastasia, for instance, just failed her Careful roll, half of all those rolls are still more than 0, so they'd make it
Yep.
in. What did Gurin get? 0. Huh. How do we resolve Gurin getting a 0? It's either, I guess, fail or succeed at a negative cost, I guess.
Sure.
That'd be funny.
Even though he's not a player, but if it makes sense, yeah.
Which one? Fail or succeed at a negative cost?
Oh, succeed.
Okay, what's the success? The cost, rather. His helmet gets snagged on the closing gates, and so he walks in without it. And you all hear the crowd begin to whisper, "Oh, the dwarf has returned. The dwarf has returned. The dwarf has returned. Blah, 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 blah." And who's the other dwarf?
I am Captain Bladebeard, Pirate Lord of the Blackwater Raiders.
What took you guys so long?
We were changing, as you should have.
Lyri will attempt to attack the guy immediately.
DoomGoblin, you have full control over Guren's token as well, alright?
And I believe I go first, actually.
Yeah, but I'm saying I initiate combat, so
Okay.
you can do the combat roll for it and then pull it out of
And before that, Afrash says, "People of the arena, let the match begin. Anyone who exits the combat area will be disqualified. Am I understood?" And whatchamacallit, Kisa says, "Challengers, before you stands Kisa the Magnificent, champion of Vargazul, plunderer of the Northern Forest, chosen of Befek, invincible
Not another
slayer
one.
of the
Wait.
thousand,
a bookload. We could just throw them out of the arena.
Yeah.
of the
Isn't
thousand."
this like Colosseum shaped above board?
Yep.
Just
So
do like a
you
hammer
go-
throw thing. Grab them by the legs and toss them around.
potentially. Invincible slayer of the thousand nose, the gutter of Murlocs, the spear of Ilalai, beloved of Tazukaha, hounder of dragons, conqueror of the Traverse Spire, hounder of Ukrukesh, he who gazed into the eyes of the Deep One, the inevitable, the slaughterer. And you hear a familiar voice yell behind you, "And you, challenger, face Lady Anastasia Dawnguard, daughter of Lady Matricia Dawnguard, the lioness of House Dawnguard, Justicar of the Argent Crusade, apprentice to Caligos the Spellweaver, vindicator of Icecrown, paladin stewardess of magic, master of the Blade of Ignis, vanquisher of Ulduar, explorer of Northrend, the gatekeeper of Light's Hope, guardian of justice, wielder of the blue flame, slayer of the elemental of Boar's breath, bringer of hope, the light of the arcane, the triumphant, the bringer of justice." The crowd cheers for both of you. Both of them.
Benjamin is yawning at this point.
And because of the time, I suppose we should let the combat put the combat off for next session.
Yes,
Yep,
yeah.
that sounds good.
Okay. Thoughts on today's session, everyone?
I liked it.
Yeah.
We finally got introduced to Moad, and I get to have conversations with myself and people.
I like Moad and the interactions with the party so far. I am maybe I shouldn't be, but I'm slightly surprised about how, let's say, hostile Benjamin and Lyri were. Maybe that's not the right word, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, I'll admit
mean,
I was surprised by it a little
He
bit.
went to a
I
den
mean,
of
told him not
warlocks
to, yeah.
and came out with 2 heads. It's concerning, to say the least.
Yeah, it's like if Benjamin just went to like a warlock lair and let them tamper with him.
And like, I'm also hostile to Lyri when she comes back a different color, so you know, consistency.
Yeah, I think that Benjamin will get used to Moad. It's just a
Well, it's not like we can do anything about it now.
it's a positive for him, so he hopes that it'll be eventually a positive for them too.
True. Also, I guess strictly from Moad's perspective, again, in Ogre society, 2 heads are not just common, but they're perceived as a very good thing to happen. So I can see it from Moad's sort of mentality and his perspective. Even if we didn't have the split memory issue and all that he would not perceive having 2 heads as a negative or even necessarily a very big deal, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Is there like no stigma among ogres of like, oh, this is like artificial 2 heads versus like, oh, natural born?
No, on the contrary, it's usually a sign of, oh, that guy's important. That guy's a noble. Those guys, I guess.
Yeah, it used to be more rare on Teeironor, like it was mutation. Gul'dan kind of mass produced it, so it became more of an occurring thing. That didn't change in Ogre Society. I guess the only thing that changed was Ogre Society got a little bit dumber. But
Yeah. Back on Draenor, the only people, well, ogres with two heads were, again, either very rare genetic mutations a la Cho'Gall, which was once in a generation, or descendants of other two-headed ogre mages, which, if a two-headed ogre mage has a child, they'll also have two heads.
Like, is it guaranteed?
At least in Burning Crusade it's happened, as in Burning Crusade in Ogre Law, all of them are two-headed ogres, and they have kids, which are obviously kids not like made by Gul'dan, and all of them have two heads.
So both parents have two heads.
To be fair, we only see male ogres in Ogre Law.
Yeah. But I mean, if both parents have two heads, that
Maybe
makes
they got
sense.
impregged.
Sure. I'm running with, if one parent has two heads, then the child will also have two heads. And as for the reason, then wouldn't that mean that two-headed ogre mages would be more common? I would sort of imagine given the fact that it's a very exclusive trait, that's the word, trait, that's, say for instance, I don't know, the line of imperators would not allow too many of them to happen naturally. Because Ogre Society can be very authoritarian.
Fair enough.
That's again a very TLDR way of saying, yeah, for you guys, this is at the very least bizarre. From Moad's perspective, it's perhaps a bit of an honor.
it's an honor, and also he gained a brother out of it, so obviously both are very happy. And also he got his memory back, so it's like, he got his memory back, and Bud got his own individual, like, space, basically.
I like it so far, and I am looking forward to see how the party interaction will change in the future. I'm curious, like Thompshire, I'm curious about the thinking that went behind your compel for Khono about enslaving Darkseer and all that.
I guess I was just kind of trying to play into the warlord aspect, since he's kind of now a separate head, so he'd like be pushing his authority on others, I guess.
Okay. I was wondering if that was more so trying to like push Moad to be more aggressive, or a thing of, hey, let's keep Darkseer around, I guess.
No, it wasn't necessarily to keep him around, just to, like, I don't know, just maybe create some divide between the heads in a way. If that makes sense. Yeah, it's kind of it.
That is going to be tricky. Because they are, when I did all the rolls and I talked to Teeironor, he was like, oh, they're pretty united. They're very,
well, they're on the,
like, they'll
be on the same page, but they can be different, is sort of my ruling.
Yeah. It's, I kind of like that they have a very, non-toxic, relationship. In terms of Ogre Brothers.
Good to hear. This is slightly sad, but I'm curious, any thoughts on the conversation that happened between Loken and a watcher named Heln?
I just remember Watcher Tiscatli, that's all.
Several watchers were mentioned: Mimiron, Tiscatli, and Cerberia.
I know who Mimiron is.
I know
Don't
two of
know about
those.
the
I don't.
rest.
The others I know.
just, I suspect, well, if we ever go to Northrend or Ulduar, that'll, prove interesting.
And I mean, if Watcher Tiscatli is based on the god he's named after in any way, that's probably a clue to what he's like, but, just saying.
Wait, can you repeat their names? The new ones?
Tezcatli and Cerberia, I'll paste them in our Discord in a little bit, okay?
Yep. I have no idea what they were inspired by.
One of them by the Aztec god of death, and the other by the Greek guardian of the underworld. Because the place kind of fitting for that thematically, and Watchers are very, like in the actual World of Warcraft, they're very blatantly based on real world mythology. So I said, who cares about subtlety anyway? I'll do the same thing.
Is he the god
Really?
of death? I thought he was like war, chaos, and like a bunch of other random shit.
I'll admit I'm not super well versed in Aztec mythology specifically, but I took it mainly to be the god of death and like sacrifice and such. That said, the inspiration does not have to relate to the end result.
Yeah.
Okay. And of course there's Watcher Heln, who I guess is based off the goddess Hel, if that makes sense. I know there's technically a different...
We already have.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But this is Heln, not Helia, if that makes sense.
Yeah. All right.
I wanted to mention that it's unfortunate that Bladebeard listened to this in private, because Kyrie would have plenty of thoughts and explanations, but alas.
I think it's funnier this way.
Sure. But that's part of the reason why I asked everyone, hey, what did you get out of all that mumbo jumbo without like Kyrie holding your hands through it?
Honestly, I don't remember much of it because I probably didn't understand most of it. So, yeah, some Titan stuff. And also in character, Bladebeard couldn't care less about Loken and his stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're going to the pyramids, that's probably gonna come up anyways. So.
Perhaps. Okie dokie. What's the next thing that happened? Oh, I guess Paraxia and Scriptorium are still messing with Benjamin. Don't think I've forgotten about that.
Yeah. Each week I think to myself, maybe I should have a stunt about that. Then I forget.
It'll be fun. Like a random side effect that they cause ends up being productive and helpful for you. I guess I'll remind myself that technically after you guys fight Kisa is when 8 hours have passed, more or less. So the elemental who's reigning supreme will change. And your sending spells are recharged and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
What else ought to be brought up? DoomGoblin, congrats on figuring out the Anchorbeard code.
Yay.
Oh, and by the way, regarding the Khadgar boost thing, I don't remember if last time it was during combat, but say I use it to like make a fireball. In-game mechanics, would that be I attack twice, or is the power doubled?
Attacks twice, basically.
Okay.
It does not make a bigger fireball, it makes one right after the other.
Sure. Okay.
Also, good reminder, I need to put a note on screen, next spell is double, just so that I don't forget. This is... yeah, spells that you cast. Yeah, I was thinking if it includes spells that afflict you, and it does not. Luckily. Oh, if anyone's wondering on that note, Maj did not follow you into the arena. He's staying just behind the Iron Gate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I assume the arena troll with the mask is the one referred to as violence in the prophecy thing. Who would Maj be?
Maj already identified himself. He's number 8.
Wait, but what's
Fraud.
fraud? He's the fraud.
That's not very nice.
He has been exposed
we're-
as lying to you guys several times.
True,
Yeah,
true.
And we're trusting this guy.
I mean, the other guy seems plenty reasonable, to be honest. He just wants to fight.
Just wait until you meet, I don't know, treachery and lust and all that. Those will be fun, I guess.
I don't want to meet Lust. I don't want to meet
I
Lust.
do.
I will say we'll keep things PG-13. Don't worry about that, at least.
Really?
As much as we can.
As much as we have so far.
Yeah, like we had the sex scene in like episode 15 or whatever. We ain't escaping that.
We did fade to black when that happened.
Yeah, true.
And
We
we
can do it
Maybe
again.
the whole episode will fade to black.
Yeah, maybe we'll just have the whole episode as a sex scene. Who knows?
Yeah, like we'll skip the episode like on YouTube. It goes from like, I don't know, 45 to 47 or whatever the number is.
But then on episode 48, we come back all like very visibly shaken and upset, like something horrible happened. We're traumatized from it. And the viewers have to fill in the blanks.
if you want
It's
that,
like it's
you
like
could do,
Anna
like-
Horror, yeah.
I mean, if you want that
You
to
could
be
do like an April.
April, it's literally May.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is we could
Like
have
you-
done that for an April
No, okay.
Fool's joke.
But you
In
better-
April 1st.
I thought you were gonna say we want to take another year long hiatus.
No.
Mhm.
I mean that would be a funny April Fool's joke, but no.
It would not.
A very committed April Fool's joke. But no, I mean like it's just like an episode and like it starts out normally and then like it cuts out and either it's like a black screen or like a disconnected television and it's like it just will not show that.
I guess the only thing I'll say, just to potentially waylay any concerns, nobody, whether they be player or NPC, will be subjected to stuff like that against their will. All right. And let's.
Oh
leave it at
yeah,
that.
I mostly meant in character, like Benjamin would dread that.
Sure. Sure. Either way, that's just one I mentioned off the top of my head. I think numbers 6 and 9, are way worse than Lust, but sure. Like when you guys actually get to meet them. Anyway. What else ought we to mention that happened? Oh yeah, Moad got a staff. I will say, because again, there's at least 30 potential random encounters, and most of them have loot. I'm genuinely terrified as to how we'll do inventory management if you guys decide to go completionist on Elalai and find all the things.
We'll just start sellotape
Yeah.
things together to make new artifacts. Wait,
I mean, Moa-
technically, Bladebeard's thing got upgraded. So
There
Yeah,
are
you can
maybe
bu-
maybe we can upgrade Bud's worthless sword to something better. I don't know.
you can
You
And I
can
mean,
combine
maybe you
this card with-
confuse shit, like, I don't know, like give a map functionality to the Khadgar orb.
I will say there are some fusions and some upgrades among the random encounters, but like even when I kept that in mind, there was no way to sort of be efficient. A lot of the potential loot you can get is just new stuff. Cool new stuff, I think, but new nevertheless.
If it makes you feel better, the only one without any inventory management is Lyri, and she has one item.
And I hope to change that.
Ooh. Maybe. What's better than the crown? Like a glass slipper. Avoid a glass slipper.
A glass slipper.
Yeah, like Cinderella. Cinderella.
I don't think it was quite a slipper, but sure.
It was a glass slipper. Oh wait, what are they called again? It's like a shoe. A type of shoe.
Oddly enough, I know slipper is a weird term, but I think that's the actual word that's used in the English version of the Cinderella story.
Isn't it like a heel or something?
No, I think it's a slipper.
Yeah, in the
It
English
is a slipper.
Yeah. I know it sounds weird, but I think that's the quote-unquote canonical English term for it.
I mean,
What-
she slipped out of it.
Whatever. Lyri is more of a boots person anyway. Fuck slippers.
I know, red boots, maybe?
You calling her a wicked witch?
She's gonna
Yeah.
get boots that give her a Hearthstone $1 on or something.
I guess on the loot front, one of my concerns is technically there's some stuff that was very specifically tailored to help you in the arena. So I'm not sure if you encountered that, how I'll specifically handle it, because those items
Wait.
might be useless.
What does Benjamin have next to the Khadgar orb? What is that?
It's like the
Stone of the
like,
Tides.
yeah.
Oh, the thing with Kong. Yeah, I remember now. Kong has the statue of the stone.
That is super overpowered, but causes people to forget you, as if you never existed. And I'm already keeping track of the amount of times Benjamin has used it.
Has he used it a single time?
Yeah, to dispel the Stormfront with Hekala.
Well, yeah, but that's only one time, right? We can pass it around. We can do we can do like a circle thing, you know. It's like the sharing circle. We each pass it around and we get to talk.
Sure, don't say I didn't warn you though.
Moed gets to go twice because he has 2 heads.
Okay, what else ought we to bring up? Don't necessarily have much else to bring up as to what happened today. So is there anything from you guys?
Not really.
I don't think so.
Nope.
I'm guessing nothing from DoomGoblin either?
No.
Okay. Well then, dear viewers, thank you for watching and listening to us. Let's see what these lovely people are up to. We ought to start with the men, quote-unquote, of the hour. I guess the man playing the men, aka Khono, according to the dice that I rolled. Khono, could you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you are doing?
Yep. I am Khono Chronos. I played as your lovely ogre, two-headed ogre, Morg, and I am currently working on some World of Warcraft lore videos and machinimas. Hopefully, well, I don't know when the machinima will be done because I'm working on and off with it, but hopefully that'll be out sometime this summer. But I'm trying to get some lore videos done in the meantime. I'm currently trying to figure out what to do for streaming because my computer is kaput with that, with Bioshock. I'll have to figure something else out. But in the meantime, I think I might do something for my birthday regarding on June 9th, maybe. I'm not sure yet, but probably something special in terms of streaming, like the Rexar campaign or something, or I don't know, or something else. I think I have something planned involving VTubing stuff, but yeah, look forward to all of that stuff on my YouTube channel and on Twitter and on Twitch, I guess. Yeah.
Awesome. Genuinely looking forward to it. And feel free when we do our shoutouts in the future to remind the people of that, because it'll be a bit of a while until June 9th and all that. Okay? Okay. Thank you very, very much, Khono. Then, according to the dice, we would have Zelryn. Could you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you are doing?
Indeed. I am Zelryn, the greatest person who does nothing in the world. I make nothing, I upload nothing, and if you want to see me upload nothing, you can follow me on Twitter that I don't use, or YouTube that I don't post anything on. And if you also want to see where I post nothing, you can also check me out on Blue Sky, where I have not posted in months. Thank you, and on to the next person.
Indeed. Thank you very, very much, Zelryn. Then, according to the dice, we would have DoomGoblin. Could you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you are doing?
Yeah, I'm DoomGoblin. I'm having a birthday. As you're watching this, probably.
I don't have the like little birthday flute thing to blow. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Whatever. Yeah, and I draw stuff. And yeah.
And he's great at it, and you should check him out. Thank you very much, DoomGoblin. Then, according to the dice, obviously we would have Thompshire. Could you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you are doing?
Sure, you can find me both on YouTube and Blue Sky as Sir Thompshire, where I post renders for this series, sneak peeks for my upcoming projects. And speaking of that, we got 2 more Teeironor dramas coming up in the next few days/weeks, and hopefully episode 2 by the mid/late portion of May. So yeah, that's kind of what's going on.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. And thank you very much, Thompshire. And I, dear viewers, was your Dungeon Master, Game Master Teeironor. I do this series, which is quite a lot of fun. I also do a different series called Legacy of the Rimland. Currently, we are on a 2-week hiatus just because some various RO stuff has lined up. But we'll be back soon as everyone freaking finally has a chance to talk, because I think that's very, very needed in the campaign at this point. Anyway, other than that, as usual, thank you, dear viewers, for watching and listening to us. Again, we will be skipping next week, but we shall return the week after that. And yeah, we'll see you when we'll see you. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye bye.
See you.